So hello everybody and welcome to day 3 of the festival main event. Sunday here at the festival, and you know what that means. We've got the 550 main and we are playing down to a winner today. Thanks very much for joining us once again across all of our streaming platforms. And if you're interested in checking out everything else that's going on here at the festival in Bratislava, and of course dates for future stops, go over to thefestival.com. Our social media channels are on Facebook and Instagram at The Festival OG. Here we have a couple of well-known players on the local scene at the very least. Matus Gabstil sat there in seat 1. Very strong No Limit Hold'em tournament player plying his trade in Eastern Slovakia. He brings a lowly stack of 1 million, but if he gets a double up, he can be dangerous, so keep an eye on him. Sebastian Kotowicz, the Polish player there in seat 3, got an absolute gift, almost one of the last hands of yesterday, opening ace-king, and seeing the man joining the table here. Simon Bozinowski, the Macedonian, did 3-bet call ace-jack for 40 big blinds, button versus hijack, in what was a sensational blow-up at the end of day 2. However, you do feel for these guys. They have been under lots of hours of play at that point. I think we were 14 hours into the day 2, and we saw a couple of huge errors, likely due to be from the tiredness, of course. Gab still here in the small blind is going to complete his option with the King 7 of diamonds. Kotowicz has the King 4 of clubs. Off to a flop. Wow, what a flop for the Polish man here. I still will bet here. King high. Interesting choice of hand, really. I don't think we achieve an awful lot, but I mean, getting like 9-3 off to fold, I guess isn't the worst, but we don't get folds from any better hands, and we fold out worse. So I think with King 7, no backdoor here, I might just slide this one over on the flop. But it is somewhat automatic to just take a stab at the flop with these types of situations, so don't blame him. Gab's still now left with the King high. He does beat some hands like some 7-6, 7-5, Deuce 3, Deuce 5. But he's now looking to try to target this 4x or this 8x type holding, and now could find a creative way to take down this pot here. He goes for 220 into 300. And Kotowicz, having flopped huge, just left with a lowly bottom pair towards the end. Gab still will take it down with the King high. Nicely maneuvered out of that one. So thanks everyone for joining. We're going to be playing for the top prize of 77,000 euros. Let us know if you're tuning in, who you're rooting for, and what you're up to on this fine Sunday as we play down to a winner here at the festival main event. A couple of other things going on the outer tables, but we're not going to be too worried about that. Just the main event is going to be the focus of our attention today. I think the 1K OFC conventionally on the Sunday of the festival will be being played for.
720.
And of course, Franke, the main man at the festival, will be looking to win yet another open face Chinese high roller. trophy for himself. But here we go, sixes from Balan, the Romanian, running straight into the tens of Gab still. Some reward for his post-flop bravery in the previous hand. Now finds himself in a rather fortunate situation here. Tens versus sixes. His opponent just with the 2 outs, but Katowice here, lurking in the small blind with the ace-queen suited, and we're going to be seeing a 3-way all-in here, surely. Don't think we're going to be letting go of the ace-queen, although Katowice does have to contend with that stack of Cosma behind, who does cover him. However, the range so thin. So Balan is in for 12 big blinds. Let's break it down. What range does he have from the hijack? All sorts of suited ace-x, suited broadways, pairs. That's pretty much it. An ace-10 off, maybe some ace-9 would, ace-9, ace-8 off could raise fold. So yeah, he's going to fold the ace-queen. Wow. I think Gab still would be rejamming hands like ace-jack suited, ace-10 suited there for sure. Maybe not king-queen, but yeah, I think I draw the line at ace-queen suited or non-suited. Offsuit seems fairly reasonable. And look at that, bad news for the pole, as he sees that he would have had both players in rough shape on that flop. Ace, deuce, deuce. Can we find a 6? No, we cannot. Katowice will be kicking himself there. He could have had the double elimination with the ace-queen suited. Didn't fancy matching the 20 big blind stack of the rejam for Gab still.
Yeah, okay, of course. I'm out.
And a little bit of fortune there for the Slovakian. That's the way it goes sometimes in tournament poker. You get those close decisions. Your opponent doesn't make the call, and you end up taking the elimination when you would have been out anyway. Cosma here in the small blind. Just going to limp in with the queen 9. 30 big blinds effective with Bozanowski, who had a huge stack towards the end of day 2. But again, as I remind you, did 3-bet call. What? He's going to jam it in with king 5 versus the limp. The Macedonian knows no bounds. Huge shove for 30 big blinds, where the risk-reward ratio is not so good, right? Because, you know, if you run into the trap, you're pretty much dead. And if you get it through, you win 2 big blinds, which is around a 5 to 7% pickup for your holding. Interesting style of play from the Macedonian. Cosma. on the button with the 10-9 off. Interesting choice of combo. I've made these kind of limps before, and friends of mine have just told me off and just said, just play a raise first in strategy. Don't need to get too fancy here. But it is quite tempting with these kind of like Queen 10, Jack 10, 10-9s. They do feel like hands that don't really have the required blocker effects, and don't mind playing versus the small blind, complete big blind check back range. Decent playability with the connectivity. Let's go for quite a large sizing, facing the double check from his opponent, just pouncing on some perceived weakness there, and of course gets the job done. Continuing to see a pretty strong game from the Hungarian, as we saw yesterday. And no surprise to see him with all the chips at this stage. He is 6th on the all-time money list for Hungary, with some huge scores to his name. Bozanowski opens it up with the 4-3 of hearts on the button here, and faces a defend from Ballet, a player that we've not seen too much of. Christian Florian Ballet. I'll get some information on him as the hand is developing here. A rather modest hand and mob resume. Just a couple of small to medium-sized cashes in the local tournaments around Austria and Slovakia. Turning top pair versus Bozanowski, though. And the Macedonian has certainly got a lot of pep in his step. Is he going to fire one into the abyss here? But Bele will go for a barrel, 300, and his opponent, with the nut low, essentially cannot do anything but meekly surrender. Tom Pat says too easy for Matheus Gabstil. Absolutely. What do you think about the ace-queen potential overcall there? Small blind versus hijack versus button. I think I would call suited, but especially with chips behind. Can name a couple of combos that we do dominate from both sides, of course. The opener the open jam less as much of an issue as, of course, the rejam from Gabstil for 20. Wise guy here for the comms. No more trophies for Franke, please. Yeah, I know he can't fit his head through the door, let alone if he were to win the open-face Chinese high roller once again. Bele with a rather timid fold with the 5-4 suited there from the small blind, not even completing. Allowing Gabstil the walk. six-handed here with this big blind ante. Yes, we are 4 away from the final table, sorry, but we do need to try and face some of those uncomfortable scenarios. Getting such a good price to complete the small blind there. Small blind versus big blind. There's already 2.5 bigs in there. We only need to put half to battle for 3. So good odds, of course. Bozanovsky here in the hijack with the Queen 10 offsuit. Looks like he's interested in opening it up with the 2 Broadway combination. And Katowice in the big blind. Certainly for chips, you're defending all of the suited combos, although the ones that can't flop a straight become slightly less appealing at this stage of the tournament, and he is going to fold. Field of 13 remain from the 983, playing down for the winner today. 77,000 euros up top. And all players so far have locked themselves up. 5,150 euros. So we do see that first pay jump of the day going from 4.4k to 5.15. The final tablists all guarantee themselves not only a seat at the final table, but 7,000 euros. So around about 13 buy-ins, which is a pretty hearty score by anyone's standards. And everyone will be setting their sights on those top prize berths. 37.6 for third, 53.1 for second, and 77 for firsts. If you're on Twitch, exclamation payouts for those. Bozanovsky just continuing to beat to the sound of his own drum. The Macedonian certainly has his own opinion on a lot of different spots, and it's nice to see this kind of player in the mix. A real live wire, not able to range him as easily as maybe some of the other guys around the table, playing a more standardized approach, but not what we're going to see from Bozanovsky here. Which is high risk, high reward. With this kind of player, you could easily see him getting a top 3, but you could also easily see him crashing out in 12th. Give you information on some of the players on the outer tables right now. It's Sebastian Supper. You've got Simon Politowski, Paul Minzariu, Ilya Smolko, Andre Berg, Halvor Dahlberg. So 2 Norwegians, which is always a very well-supported nation. And the chip leader going into day 3, Jaap Smits, who was the benefactor of a huge multi-way all-in at the end of day 2. We saw an open jam for 22 big blinds under the gun, 6-handed from pocket 7s. Craziness. That ran into ace, queen, and kings for Schmitz, and he did get the double elimination. So even though we were actually going to go to day 3 with 16 players, we had 3 eliminations on the last hand, 2 from the feature table, 1 from the outer, and we rejoined the action with just 14. Katowice here checking back with ace-king on king 9 jack. Seems a slightly conservative style from him so far. And he did allow Bozanovsky to improved to that straight. And as played here, checking back ace king all the way down to the river, just going to have to pay it off, hoping for some kind of air ball from our opponent. We do not see the air ball. It is the straight. And the Macedonian picking up some chips now, overtaking Katowice in the rankings. Gab's still in the hijack with the threes here off of the 2.1 million stack. Opens into the chip leaders button, and you've got guys like Bozanowski here. Not sure threes is the hand I'd be using as an open here. I think we want to be a little bit more blocker orientated, sort of ace x, king x. Broadways at the very least. I think I might have just mucked the pair here in the hijack. Gab still, though, has other ideas. Opens it up. Look at this from the Macedonian. This is why I might just be a little bit cautious with these kind of combos versus this type of lineup behind. Three very capable players in that lineup, Katowice, Kozma, and Bozanowski, of finding light three bets. As Bozanowski does pull the trigger somewhat. That's for a slight discount. Under 3x here. Gab still looks like he's considering a continue in some form with these threes. 12 left, so I can give you the updated information on our bust out in 13th. Sebastian Super, the German, hitting the rail. And Gab still is going to peel the small three bet in position here, looking to take a flop. Can the Slovakian find a miracle three? No, but a gut shot at a backdoor flush draw here, as Bozanowski with middle pair and a backdoor flush draw of his own. I think that was 300, yep. And kind of 40% style sizing here from Bozanowski. I think he'd be quite happy just to take it down, but Matus Gab still on this low connected board. Not going to go anywhere with these threes. Looking for a 3 or a 5, and there is the 3 of diamonds. What an action card for the Slovakian as Bozanowski rips it in. And Gab still more than happy to call, hoping to see an overpair here. He does see the flush draw. So he doesn't have his opponent stone dead, but 78-22, not a bad spot for the Slovakian to be in. And Bozanowski could be down to flames unless he can find the diamond. It does not roll off. The 10 of hearts completing the river. And Bozanowski's stack, as I mentioned, the type of player that just lives and dies by the sword, out there swinging punches, but does unfortunately meet
1,445,000.
the 3 on the turn for Gab still turning the set. Bozanowski with the pair and the flush draw. Didn't seem to know what to do, although the jam has some merit. I think Gab still, if he sat there with a hand like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, can he call it off there? I don't think so. A fearless move from the Macedonian, but unfortunately running into a turned set from Gabstil, and the Slovakian start is one you dream of on day 3 of a headline festival main events. 77k up top, comes in with about 20 big blinds. He's won 2 monster pots so far, knocking out one player and getting a full double up from another, turning a set with 3s and a 3-bet pot. He does fade the diamond on the river. As we saw in the chat from Tom Pat, too easy for Mattis Gabstil. Certainly seems so. Over 4xing his stack in just the first couple of orbits. The dream start. Kozma coming in from the cutoff. Makes it 160 to go. No resistance from anyone.
Сега изгуби. Сега губа онака, ништо, 300.000.
Kozma continuing to lean on some of these shorter medium stacks here, but Sitavanch, the Czech player here, quite an interesting spot developing here. 27 big blinds with the ace-jack suited. Certainly not a hand that we want to be 3-bet calling, so the peel does make some sense, taking a flop in position. By peeling, we allow the continuation from hands that we dominate. By 3-betting, we may isolate ourselves into a slightly too strong of a range. So a little bit too weak to maybe 3-bet call, but a bit too strong to fold, of course. So sliding that one nicely into a peel. Kozma will check it over with king high here on the jack 6-6. Sitavanch maybe in his interest to fire out a small bet in position here. Something around 20% pot would be a good place to start. Goes for a bit of a meteor size, goes for the full third and gets the job done. Kozma, the Hungarian. Not the table chip leader, but with Gab still in the small blind, a nice spot for him to open the action here. Sitavanch taking a bit of TV time with the king 6 off. He's going to get out the way. Not really seen anything from the Romanian Dele there. Just folding the 10 deuce suited, of course. And it's over to Katowice in the big blind with the 5-4 suited. What a spot for Kozma here. Got his opponent absolutely crushed, which isn't so easy to do with pocket 5s pre-flop. We do see the continuation from the Polish local regular.
Heads up.
Gut shot for the Pole. Interested to see what his take will be on this flop situation with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw on a board where we do have deuces, sixes, queen six suited. But of course, not holding those offsuit two pairs means that we do want to be a bit careful with our check raising range. Quite easy just to be over bluffing with the gut shots, with the deuce X type holdings, although in this situation, covered out of position, maybe somewhat unlikely to defend too many even suited deuce X at this point in the tournament with 11 left. So we did lose another player, and players are busting out thick and fast here. Simon Politowski, the Pole, did bust in 12th, as Kotowicz doesn't like the look of that run out. One of those types of run outs where versus the early position open, just going to have to surrender the 5 high there. So many potential hands in his opponent's range that do improve on that run out.
Mississippi.
Change dealer. What?
So Gabstil, our current table chip leader, has propelled himself into a rather enviable spot here, coming into the day 3 with 20 big blinds, now 52 big blinds, as the blinds are up once again, 40-80. Thanks everyone for joining us across our many streaming platforms. There's Bozanowski here, 10-3, a bit of a panic jam under the gun there. Didn't want to go through the blinds and the antes, but maybe better suited just letting one go and trying to spin up whatever he got in the blinds, but instead does go for it with the 10-3 offsuit and runs into Sebastian Kotowicz in the small blind there. Whoa! Huge jam from Kozma here, as Kotowicz put in over a third of his stack with the ace-king. Kozma fighting back with the ace-7 offsuit and running straight into Big Slick here. So are we going to see a double elimination if we do see the 7 rear its ugly head? That would be a disaster for Kotowicz. He did get ace-king versus ace-jack late on in day 2, and now in the driving seat. Needs to fade some backdoor equity from both opponents. 87% three ways. The 10 of spades gives Bozanowski a fighting chance, but no. The king of hearts rolls off. Kotowicz at least had Kozma dead for the huge side pot on the turn, and picks up a huge pot as the Hungarians' ace-7 offsuit goes down in flames here. And it's a huge spot for Sebastian Kotowicz, finding another big hold with ace-king deep in the main event here at the festival. Really looks likely to be going into that final table now with a huge stack. Will be now back over 50 big blinds. And Kozma will certainly be ruining that decision with the ace-7. Maybe hoping to get hands like ace jack and ace 10 to fold. But if we're rifling in the ace 7 off, we're rifling in all sorts of offsuit ace x there, and I don't think that range from Sebastian looked particularly weak.
Tak aj som 330 a mal som trojky.
No,
To bolo také znamenie.
jako tak nestal openku, že to bylo v pořádku.
But he did somehow manage to get his opponent to rifle it in with the ace 7, and is of course the benefactor of a huge pot here, with 10 left now. So as I said, Ozanowski lives and dies by the sword.
Všetci sme mali keď nožku, a nie?
The sort of player you could see busting out in 10th, 11th, 12th after playing some big pots or going on to win the tournament, and on this occasion he does bust out in 11th for a payout of 5,900 euros. So everyone has made another pay jump. 10th will get also 5,900, and the top 9 and the final table will be moving on into that final table with 7,000 locked up. What are these people doing, says Shifty17. Well, if you feel like there's value, come and join us over in 2025 for the festival series. We're going to have 5 dates released very shortly. Plenty of online qualifiers as well. If you look across the top of your screen, you can see partners from just about every jurisdiction around Europe and wider than that as well. iPoker, Bet365, Party Poker, Betfred, CoolBet, Unibet, BetSafe, Nordic Bet, Novibet, just to name a few. So Kotowitz here, gonna start to lean on his newly acquired chip lead, and Cosma not having any of it, back in the thick of it with the King 10 offsuit, going for the 3-bet non-all-in. Well aware of the dynamic. Sutavanch here, if he was able to muster up a heroic 4-bet jam, it would work, but easier said than done, and potentially a little too weak of a combination to consider. Shifty17 saying, how do you survive 900 players playing like that? Well, welcome to multi-table tournaments, my friend. Variance is absolutely part of the game. And at least you have to commend the bravery in some senses, as Cosma, not perturbed by the previous hand, just straight back on the horse, firing bullets at his opponent, going for the re-steal, and gets it through with the King 10. Kotowitz starting to maneuver himself with that big stack. Jack 7 off, opening from the cutoff. Sutavanch here, interesting spot with 30 big blinds. Maybe a little bit too much of a meat on the bone to jam, but 3-bet non-all-in, certainly a decent option considering the quickly changing dynamic now. Having seen his opponent raise fold the previous hand, and will be well aware of the capability of the Polish player here. does go for just north of 3x 3-bet. Around about 20% of his stack. Sitavanch does get it through. So back-to-back spots for Katowice, where he's trying to now exercise his newly acquired table chip lead and faces resistance. Will that allow him to reconsider the option to loosen up, or does he feel like he just ran into it? We know he didn't. King 10 and King Queen, not super premium holdings, but certainly good candidates for flipping the situation back onto the chip leader, where you're aware that he's going to be now opening up, and you can potentially get these 3-bets through and put some pressure on someone that's looking to muscle their way through the field at this stage, deep in the main event. Sitavanch with the 5-3 on the button, though, surely will not be doing anything here. Eyeing up the stack of Bele there, the Romanian in the small blind. Is he going to get fruity here with the 5-3? Well, well, well. Goes for the raise to 170, I believe. It's a quick fold from the Romanian. And it's Gab still in the big blind with the 10-4 suited. Will he defend his option versus the button open? Getting a relatively decent price, of course, coming in from the big blind, closing the action. And does defend his honor. Swing and a miss as Sitavanch improves to bottom pair, which is pretty much as good as we can hope for the most part with our lowly 5-3 offsuit. Likely to see a C-bet here. Cosmo, the Hungarian, in this 5-handed bout, is electing to open it up with the 9-7 suited. We're seeing some really wide ranges in play here, deep into the main, on the final table bubble. Sitavanch with a lot of pep in his step here, flatting the King 8. Bit of a momentum player, but Bele finds the spot he was looking for here with his sub-20 big blind stack and pocket nines, and in they go. Is Gab still going to wake up with anything? That ace would have looked nice, peeling it first potentially, but the deuce, a lowly compatriot there. And Bele is able to muscle out some of the driftwood. Just a 9-7 and a King 8 off. Not able to face the wrath of the rejam. A big pickup for the Romanian as he gets himself over 20 big blinds, inching ever closer towards that final table. The Czech player really feeling himself right now. He's VPIP somewhere near 60 so far for the continuation of play here. Opening it up with the King 3 off of the medium stack, saying, you know what, here's the rule book, and I'm going to launch it out the window and beat to the sound of my own drum. As Kotowicz eyeing him up with the ace-x offsuit high-low. Very much an over 3-bet kind of hand class in the current meta of the game. And look at the Polish player here. He can't help himself. He's identified the dynamic. Feels like he needs to take the Czech player down a couple of pegs here and say, you know what, buddy, I think you're just getting a little bit too out of line here off of that medium stack. Have some of this. We don't have the flags today, but you could be, if you didn't see the Polish-looking surname, forgiven for thinking that Kotowicz was maybe representing the flag of Brazil here with the ace-6. Does get the job done. Kotowicz folds, and Kozma in the small just lets it go with the 9-5. Feels a little bit too much heat on his left-hand side from a Czech player that's come into these final two tables with a pretty high-tempo game so far. Gab still with the ace-queen, and Kotowicz eyeing it up with another offsuit ace-x combo. Is he going to get frisky once again? Those don't look like calling chips, do they? And an interesting spot developing for the Slovakian. Does he want to get it in for this many chips with ace-queen? Probably not. ICM doesn't really favor these kind of calls out of position, although ace-queen, an interesting potentially exception to the rule where you do benefit from at least entering a 3-bet pot despite being out of position but dominating a lot of our opponent's range. Does go for the call. 4-bet folding, maybe a bit of a waste of the hand. Getting shoved on by jacks and tens and having to either put it in or fold with ace-queen seems not the best outcome. So he does peel, and look at this, rewarded with the ace-high board. Kotowicz already electing to employ some pot control with his top pair. Which is always interesting, a very quick check back on an ace-high board in a 3-bet pot. Certainly leans towards showdown value. As if you were to have hands like Queen 8 suited, king 8 suited, king 9, you do feel that the population will tend to stab those ones representing the ace high. And a bet and a call as Gab still goes for a third pot out of position and does receive a call from Katowice. And the keys to the vault very much in the hand of Gabsdill right here with his ace queen. Should feel like he's pretty much got the nuts at this stage. We'll be looking to target hands like kings, queens and jacks. Potentially some king 10 suiteds. Gab still goes for 775 here. Looking to target that aforementioned range. And Kotowitz as a hand class here with his 8 kicker does unblock these king queen, queen jack, king jack suited type hands that may or may not fire through on the river here. Although the issue is with those bluffs, it's 875. The issue is with those bluffs is that we tend to block hands that we wish to fold. But the ranges are pretty narrow. 3-bet pots in ICM. First to act versus second 5-handed. Will the Polish player be able to maneuver himself out of this one? Or will he simply think, due to checking back the flop, I've kind of signed up for this. The price is relatively decent. If he is bluffing from time to time, do need to defend these top pairs. No extra chips for rushing your decisions, so very much understood for Sebastian to mull it over here, and now you can see him going into some of the more psychological aspects of the game, trying to deduce any kind of discomfort, trying to sense anything from his opponent. Can he pick anything up? Doesn't seem to have found anything, and does go for the fold. Solid play from the Polish player. Maybe a little bit eager with his 3-betting strategy. We did see an ace-6 and now an ace-8 in the same orbit. Does find a way to get out of there as Gab still picks up a nice pot. Chimorio says nice laydown. Certainly was. Very solid fold, having maneuvered into a 3-bet pot. Flopping top pair, checking it back. Very easy to think, well, you know, I've somewhat capped myself with the check back. I do need to find calls here, but identifying very well. I'm still holding lots of these types of hands like ace queen offsuit, ace jack suited, ace 10 suited. Potentially not looking to 4-bet or jam pre-flop. A very narrow and quite well-defined range. Gab still here with the 10-3 suited, covering his opponent quite healthily now. Will he go for the raise first in with the 10-3 suited, employing some of that ICM pressure? Looks like he's just gonna limp in here. Jack deuce, a hand that maybe could benefit from some ISOing from time to time in position, holding a Broadway card, blocking some of the limp 3-bets. Maybe looking to maneuver some of these middling offsuit type of hands out of the pot pre-flop, but does check it back. Gab still now. Only needs to fade the jack. It is the ace on the river. Likely to see this one go check once again. Don't see any reason for the bottom pair to bet, and Katowice mucks his jack high. Sitavanch. Definitely seen a high tempo feeling to his game so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see him open the queen 10, but he does let it go. 10 left now, employing a bit more caution. Cosma in the big blind with the ace-8 offsuit, eyeballing down his opponent. He's going to go for the raise. And gets the fold from the 9-6 suited. Katowice not looking to battle there with the suited hand, facing the 3x open. And here we have the current chip counts on our feature table. Gab still propelling himself from coming into day 3 with just 1 million. Has been the benefactor of a couple of big pots, 3 big pots going in his direction. Winning the 10s versus the 6s. Just won that 3-bet pot versus Katowice, out of position there with the ace queen. And of course, the turning of a set of pocket 3s in a 3-bet pot versus the Macedonian, sending Bozanowski as our last eliminated player out in 11th. All of these guys have locked up 5,900 euros, and we are looking for one more elimination to make the final table here. The unofficial final table of 9, the official final table of 8, of course. As Cosma raising 3x blind versus blind with the king-queen suited. Jack 10 for Katowice, opening from the cutoff. And look at this, Cosma, ace king offsuit. Goes for the 3-bet non all in. Maybe at 20 big blinds and under, the decision is just to jam, but wanting to allow Katowice the opportunity to rifle in some hands like potentially king queen suited, king 10 suited, ace x suited. Leaving the door open, showing a lot of good understanding, I think, from Cosma so far. He's played a really strong game. The ace-7 may be a slight misstep. As Bele, the Romanian, now with deuces in the big blind. Taking his time, but surely you feel the fold is coming here. What's the situation here with the deuces? Working down the clock as Katowice is left in a bit of a predicament here with the Jack 10 suited. Having a look at his opponent there. Interesting mannerisms there from Cosma. Very quick, maybe a move to feign some weakness there. Looked a bit jumpy, didn't it? But we know that he's got a strong holding here and a 3-bet pot, and what a flop for the man from Hungary. 6th on the all-time Hungarian money list. Flopping top pair, top kicker. Should be seeing a small sizing here, sort of 200 to 250k. Should get the job done. Goes for a quarter. Katowice here with Jack 10 of hearts in no man's land. Oh, wow. What do we have here? Unbridled aggression facing the quarter pot c-bet. Looking to target some hands like ace jack, ace 10. The issue is with these hearts is that we block bet folds. Don't really want hearts, I think. Also block hands we want to get to fold. Maybe a hand like 7s with a diamond could be a slightly better option here. Queen Jack of clubs, which blocks some of the strong King X. Going for it with the Jack 10 versus the small c-bet, and it's going to be bad news for the pole here, as you do feel Cosmo will just continue the flop. No need to 3-bet. Katowice with a look over to the stack. And there is the offsuit 7, so no equity for the Polish player here, and surely the game is up, going to 0.5 stack the pot ratio on the turn. Just no room to do anything versus a range that is certainly going to include King X, aces, queens, jacks, 10s. Kotowitz glancing at those chips, but does find the check. And now does Cosma want to just put this in? Difficult to range your opponent here. Check raising the flop, checking the turn. You feel like the nut flush draws are likely just to jam themselves. So probably not expecting to get any calls here, but just happy to take this one down by the looks of things at such a shallow depth. And the Polish local regular does, unfortunately, not come out on top of that one with the Jack-10, going for a rather adventurous check raise on the flop. We've seen a lot of pep in his step. Lots of pre-flop 3-bets, the check raise on the flop there. Certainly no pushover. And no surprise to see why he's doing well in these local tournaments. With that amount of aggression, it can be difficult for players to do too much about it. He would certainly get a lot of the 3-bet bluffs to fold, but maybe the hand selection somewhat wanting. Straight back into the mix with the Queen Jack though, 5-handed, playing for this big ante. It does incentivize some steals. Cosma, Ace-5. Does he choose this as a 3-bet?
No more whites? No.
Asking no more grays. Trying to use a little bit of verbal speech play to try to glean any kind of informations as to the comfort levels of his opponent here. Not an awful lot being given out from Kotowitz. He does get it through. Cosma, who showed some interest. Sitavanch, no designs on entering this pot with the 10-3. Bele surely likely to follow suit. And Gab still in the big blind with 3 deuce of diamonds. You feel likely just to fold this one. He will defend though. And 6-6. So swing and a miss for both players, but Kotowitz with a good hand to bet here, trying to lean on some ace highs, some king highs, starting to put pressure on hands like 3s, deuces, 4s, 5s. And gets the fold, which is good news for the Polish player. Fighting back after losing the medium-sized pot to Cosma in the previous 3-bet pot. Raise, take, and the old serve and volley. The Pete Sampras knocking it up pre-flop and finishing the job on the flop. So these two back in the thick of it again. Kotowicz defending the big blind with the ace-10. Maybe a little bit too much meat on the bone to jam it in pre at this crucial stage of the festival main event. C-bet from Cosma with his middle pair. Kotowicz does have some backdoor equity, but does relinquish it. Some reverse implied odds on the ace. Just a situation where he's looking to maneuver through the field to try and get that final table berth. The pay jump that comes with it, of course. Sitavanch with the 10-6 of spades will relinquish that holding, and it's back over to the Romanian. Not seen an awful lot from Ballet so far. Did find the nines in a pretty decent spot. Just kind of treading water with his 20 big blinds. Gap still though, surely will be interested in leaning on the two shorter stacks with his King Jack offsuit. And two quick folds will be a decent result there for the Slovakian. So honing in on Gabstil's Hendon Mob resume, 212,000 in live cashes, 42nd on the Slovakian all-time money list. Will be jumping up the rankings after this score, no doubt. Not much of a 2024, did get a second in a tournament in Kosice for 7.4k. Couple of medium-sized scores, another result in Kosice for fourth for 6,000. But going for his biggest score to date will be back at the Polish Poker Championships here in Bratislava at the Banco Casino in 2019, where he took that one down for 50,000 euros. Plays a lot of cash games, both private, and travels across to America to ply his trade. But definitely knows his way around the tournament streets as well, and is opening it up with the Jack 10 here as Sitavanch defends his option with the ace 3. It does come ace high, so Sitavanch could be a benefactor of a decent pot here. You feel like a c-bet will be coming with the Jack 10. One diamond as well. Jack 10 blocks some of the stronger ace-x in our opponent's range, the ace-jack, the ace-10s that may choose to defend. So a good one to start the betting. Goes for 100k into 440. And will get the call from his opponent. Potentially some alarm bells now. Difficult to find calls out of position here on this texture. That's the big blind. Matters expecting to see a lot of folds for the most part. And is drawing dead on the turn. Now a full house for the man from the Czech Republic. Is Matters going to fire a second barrel here? Trying to target hands like King X and Queen X of clubs. But will struggle to continue on the emergence of a double board pairing turn card. Ooh, Sitavanch has just ripped it in here with the ace. Not sure why. Allows an easy decision for his opponent.
Okay guys, after the break we will move this table on table 24.
And we will be taking a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes, guys.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like,
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final two flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in the defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway.
So hello everybody and welcome back for the continuation of the business end here at the festival main event. €550 buy-in, 10 remain, having locked themselves up €5.9 thousand. And guess what? We're going to be playing down to a winner. Today we'll see the Festival Bratislava 2024 main event champion crowned. Seeing in the chat, where is the next festival stop? It will be in Rozvadov. I've got some information for you right now. The next live event is going to be in Rozvadov between June 6th to June 15th. Then there will be 2 online events across the iPoker network. First is in February the 23rd to March the 10th, 2 million euros guaranteed across that festival. There's also going to be an online summer event around July and August. And then we go to Malta in September the 15th to the 21st. And of course, we will be back in Bratislava this time next year. So thanks for joining. Get yourself comfy. We will be soon to make the final table. But certainly a rather stressful time for the players around the table at the moment, trying to guarantee their final table berth. One of these 10 will be the unfortunate final table bubble boy, which is a stinger. That one hurts for sure. However, these guys got to keep focused at the task at hand, keep their foot on the gas, as Jaap Smits piling into another Corona. We saw him really sending them down the hatch yesterday. Ace-6 of spades. We'll be opening it up here. That gets rid of Minzario. Smolko with the King-8 of hearts. Is he going to peel here? We are up to, of course, the 50k, 100k blind level. Or does Smolko have any designs on a 3-bet? Goes for 450. Tricky spot for the ace-6. Out of position. Facing a shorter stack. Dalberg. Jack-9 suited. He's got 13 blinds, so he's very much the shorter stack at the table. What does Smits have up his locker here? Any fireworks? Or will he just be relinquishing this one and allowing Smolko to pick it up? Smolko seems to be relatively new to the game in terms of his live resume. Biggest score for $15,000 coming 4th in the Phoenix Poker Tour event in Sochi, Russia. That was in 2023. Got 13th in a 2K deep stack at the EPT Monte Carlo in 2024, earlier on this year. Got 2nd in an €800 high roller event in August, and had a min cash in the Winamax Poker Open. So a relatively modest resume, but certainly from the inclination of the first hand there, he's here to play. King-3 suited now for Smolko. Will be opening into the table chip leader. Smits sat there in the big blind and does take his option to pop it up. Berg, 9 deuce off suit. Very unlikely to be entering the pot here. And Smits with the Queen Jack, a rather natural defend. Does flop best with his 2-pair. Smolko with the king 3. 1 over, 1 under to the board, essentially. He's going to min bet the flop. Gets a quick call out of his Dutch opponent. 4 on the turn. No additional equity for Smolko. Somewhat likely to wave the white flag at this juncture, you feel. Let's see if he has any other ideas. Does check it back, hoping to river a king here. And there it is. The king of clubs. A sight for sore eyes for the short, a stack of the 2. Smits checking it over quite quickly. And he'll be check calling pretty much anything here, hoping to allow some bait for Smolko, who bets 500 into 750. Should be met with a quick call here from the Queen Jack. The idea being we allow our opponent to potentially bluff some 10-9s, 9-8s, Jack-9s, Jack-8 suiteds. Maybe Smits has other ideas. Maybe he's going to find a hero fault here somehow, having played this hand extremely conservatively so far. Just check calling a min bet on the flop. Check, check turn, now facing 2/3 pot on a rivered king. Very difficult spot to get away from, you feel. Does make the begrudging call, and we'll be seeing the bad news here as Smolko does in fact river the king with his king 3. Big pot for Ilya Smolko there. And it's these sort of pots that really matter when you are deep in a tournament. Just the difference between rivering the king and getting paid there compared to checking back and giving up. Huge in terms of the aspirations of getting his 2 hands wrapped around that festival main event trophy. Smits opening, limping, sorry, into the Minzaru big blind here. 10 deuce off for Paul. Is he going to take the bait here with the 10 deuce? He is. Makes it 300 to go. Could see a multitude of avenues for the king jack suited. Limp calling, limp jamming, limp 3-bet calling. Gonna send it in, and that will clear out the 10 deuce. All there with the pink hair, and of course the pink lucky octopus. Picked it up at the markets in Bratislava yesterday, was telling me he thinks this one could be the catalyst for a deep run for him. Looking to make it to the final table. He's got 20 big blinds and every chance. So here are those chip counts. Berg, Dahlberg and Minzariu, the players. Sub 30 big blinds with a bit of work to do. Smolko and Smits headlining the table with their 51 and 40 big blinds respectively. Dahlberg all in here with the sixes. Is he going to get it through? Fives in the big blind for Smolko. By no means an easy decision. What does he think to the range of his opponent? They've clearly been playing for already a couple of hours on the outer table. So there will be some day 3 history between these two, and Smolko, based on his decision here, will likely indicate how he feels this range will look like. He should beat some pairs, fours, likely to jam. Also some ace 4 suited, some ace 3 suited you feel could be in there, but the rest of the range is going to be lots of overpairs, but also lots of flips as well, as he does make the call. Dahlberg with the sixes up against the fives of Smolko. Big spot for the Norwegian here. 10 left in the main event. It doesn't get bigger than this, but he'll be very happy to see he's got 80% equity. Could be some opportunities here. Fives with a flush draw on the turn. Ooh, sweaty run out there for the sixes for Dahlberg. But he does manage it to hold it up. Never easy, is it? We saw late yesterday aces versus ace queen. Ace queen turning a flush draw and a gut shot. So the sweats are real. Chop outs and also the flush and the five would have been disastrous for the Norwegian, but a much needed double up. He did come into the final 10 with the shortest stack on our feature table. And he will be stacking chips now up to around about 25 big blinds, so plenty of room for him. Dahlberg with the 7-6 of hearts lets it go with his newly acquired 26 big blind stack. Over to Minzariu here on the button. Pocket tens will be happy to dance with either of the blinds. Smolko, though, should not be finding much of a resistance with his 8-7. And 10-6 off for Berg. At this stage in the tournament, may not choose to defend. Sort of more of a 10-8 off type of hand, allowing Minzariu to pick up some much needed chips. Did go for a little bit of a move, blind versus blind with the 10 deuce, running into Schmidt's King Jack suited. Smolko raising it up with the Queen Deuce of clubs, and Dahlberg considering his options here with the 9-8, but does muck it. And a nice pickup for Ilya. Flying the flag of Israel. Final table, 8 players. We'll be playing 9 because if you play a final table of 8, then you have that situation where one table is playing 4-handed, one table is playing 5-handed. So it's a big advantage for the larger stacks on the 4-handed table, for example, and shorter stacks are disadvantaged on the short-handed table. Smolko here with the A7 from the cutoff. Does open into the chip leader, but a decent candidate for an open here. Not going to be able to face much heat. And Berg has King Queen, and he's going to peel. Ooh, look at this. A great spot for Dahlberg here. Couldn't get those chips in fast enough. Looks down, peels the 10s. And by the time he's even seen his hand, he's already all in. Maybe an inclination towards a little bit of inexperience at this stage. Smolko entertaining his opponent here. No way, shape or form will ever be considering a call. And the King-Queen was doing pretty well versus the open, but versus this snap jam from the small blind, certainly starts to shrivel in value. Go, go, Norway, says Elio. Usually some Norwegians in the chat. We've got 2 players remaining here in the festival main event. Both of them on the feature table. Andre Berg sat on the right-hand side of your screen, and Halvor Dahlberg on the left-hand side. Current chip leader of the tournament, Jaap Smits, sat there in seat 2. Smolko with the King 6 does have the chip leader in the small blind, which makes it quite a favorable spot to target a slightly wider range as an open. Expecting less resistance from the chip leader, and does open it up, 5-handed. Quick fold from Berg. Dahlberg likely to follow suit. So it's over to the chip leader in the small blind to see if he's going to have any designs on punishing Smolko, who seems to be really active here. King 9 off, potentially not the candidate to do so. And Minzario not interested with the Queen 5. Sat with 20 big blinds.
Ik heb alweer genoeg verloren, dus ik heb niet alles zitten folden. 4.8.
Also average the country. Yeah.
Minzario in the small blind here with the 8-7. Going to limp into Smolko's big blind. And Smolko will take a look at the 6-deuce. Suited combination, likely just to check back. Does indeed take the chance to see a free flop. And King Jack 4, 2 diamonds, favoring the limper. with 2 Broadway holdings. You can expect to see this range, which has voluntarily put chips into the pot as opposed to the Smolko check back with somewhat of a capped range. Not going to be checking back the stronger hands, but will have lots of trash like this, the 6 deuce of hearts. And Smolko not going to get into the business of any ego wars there, just going to relinquish his 6 deuce, of course.
Sorry. Can I ask for service, please?
So Minzario, facing this open from the chip leader, is going to attack with his suited wheel ace-x here. Going for the 3-bet. Makes it 450 to go. 550. A little bit of added meat on the bone here. And Smith's lurking with the ace-9 suited, pretty high up in his cutoff opening range as the chip leader, but still not liking the idea of facing this counter aggression. Is he going to fight back at all or show respect?
I can have a meat as well. Stay with them.
Does let it go. So Minzario finding a nice little pickup there. Couple of situations now where we've seen the chip leader raise and fold some fairly decent hands. 2 3-bets. On to the next one then. Minzario with a little pickup in the last one. Happy to cement that return. As Smolko on the button with the Jack 3. How wide is he going to get? Yeah, I don't think that wide. Berg with the ace-6 offsuit is going to raise. Looks to be just over 3x and gets the snap fold from Dahlberg, his fellow countryman. Shows the 6, cheeky cheeky.
Ja, Stijn. Ik kan ook, Albas zit in het vliegtuig trouwens. Hè. Ik zou zeggen, anders doet hij dat wel. Ik vind het wel leuk, maar...
Minzario with the jacks. Great spot for him under the gun. was going to go through the blinds. He's got 27 bigs. Does open it up. Even with such a big hand at this stage of the tournament, you can't help but feel like the heartbeat does start to elevate as you enter these pots. Looking for action, but not looking for action at the same time. It's a very interesting phenomenon. And he just gets it through. It's not the end of the world. Up to 2.9 now, as the stacks are quite balanced here on the feature table. Definitely some shorter stacks on the outer table. These guys looking around the room, hoping to see news of any eliminations, but not to be at the moment. Still down to 10. Waiting for another one before we get to that unofficial final table of 9. Guys, if you didn't know already, many ways to qualify your way here to the festival. And just take a look at the partnerships we have across the top of the screen, ranging from OptiBet, Path, Novibet, Unibet, BetSafe, CoolBet, Betson, NordicBet, Betfred, NBDP, Guts, 365, Party Poker, Planet Win, and iPoker. iPoker, the host of our festival online tournament series, coming to you in late February, early March 2025. 2 million euros guaranteed across that one. As Berg slides one through there with the King 5 suited. A nice pickup there for the Norwegian. And here is the current state of play, as it looks like there might be an all-in on the outer table. Smits wandering across to see what's going on.
Okay, guys, take 10 minutes short break now.
And we're going to take a break. We are down to the final table here. So congratulations to all the remaining players. 9 left, locking themselves up, 7,000 euros. And we're going to come back after a break where we get all the chips sorted and the redraw done for you. Stay tuned.
Do we, excuse me, blinds? Stay the same?
I guess yes, but yes, they will stay the same. I guess.
I mean the position. It's not me and him.
No. So with the redraw.
Give him that.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it.
welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pising took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Hello and welcome back for the final table of the festival main event. €550 buy-in. We started with nearly 1,000 players and we are down to 9. And here are the names. We'll be getting the names and the chip counts for you very shortly. Mattis Gabstil, our current chip leader, with 4.65 million. Then you have Jaap Schmitz, 4.5. Christian Belle, 4.275. David Cosma, 8.975. Hoping that these chip counts on the system are correct. Let's listen to what the tournament director has to say. They certainly are. So in order, Gabstil, Smits, Belle, Cosma, Dahlberg, Minzariu, Katowice, Schmolko and Berg. We have 2 Norwegians, 2 players flying the flag of Romania. Ilya Smolko from Israel, Sebastian Kotowicz from Poland, David Cosma representing Hungary, Mattis Gabstil, the chip leader, the home nation, Slovakia, and Jaap Smits from the Netherlands, playing for a top prize of €77,000, where 9th will take home 7. And as you can see, the pay jumps start to get rather spectacular as we reach the final 5.
Yeah, I know this.
Sorry, button.
Looks tough for the king.
Yeah, I was happy with the jack.
Thanks to everyone joining us on Twitch. Yevakim, Well-known Norwegian streamer saying, let's go. Andre Berg. Is Halvor still in? Certainly is.
If it's allowed to drink.
Yes.
Andre in
So
seat
I wanna
7.
go home.
Try for it.
Halvor Dahlberg in seat number 4.
Okay guys, then congratulations to the final table. We'll continue with level number 29, blinds 50,000, 100,000, big blind with 100,000, lower bottom position 8. I wish you all the best of luck and your cards in the air.
So we have 50-minute levels at the moment. We are on the 50-100k, continuing that level. We then play 60-120, then 80-160. Then we're going to take a 30-minute break. And the business end of the final table will be the 100-200, 125-250, and 150-300.
Should we raise 200? 5 points? Sure. Second point?
Dahlberg, flying the flag of Norway, opening it up. And takes it down. So far, so good. On to the next one. Dahlberg once again finding a hand that he might look to open here with the 8s. 9-handed final table. Rangers should be pretty tight from this position as one of the medium stacks, but he will open it up. So a set for Dahlberg here, as Cosma now from the small blind will lead with his Jack-7 of clubs. Looks like Dahlberg just limped in pre-flop, was just doing a little bit of media stuff in the background. Apologies for my delay there. And a set from Dahlberg, continuing to play it slow as the queen arrives. Gab still might be thinking, oh dear, would have river 2 pair, but Dahlberg had them both dead on the turn. What's Cosmo going to do here with this Jack-7? Goes for 300 into 800. Dahlberg reaching for chips. And just calling with the set. Cosmo will be surprised to see such a strong hand, not raising the river either. Maybe overly concerned about the emergence of some straight potential. But nonetheless, a good start for the Norwegian. Smolko now with the 8-7 of diamonds, looking to open it up, and Cosma, who just lost a relatively healthy chunk of his stack there, about 20%, going over to Dahlberg, who flopped a set of 8s, playing it slow the whole way. Does Cosma look to pounce on this cutoff open here? Does just go for the call. Suited ace, playable on the button. Maybe feeling it's a little bit too much equity to 3-bet fold, and potentially a little weak to just jam for 20 big blinds. Ballet closing the action here with the king 4 of spades. Is he going to look to get in? Things could get pretty nasty on a 2-spade or 3-spade texture, that's for sure. Let's see what develops here. The Romanian does complete the action. And it's a decent flop for Smolko there with the flush draw. 8 high. Got some backdoor straight draws to boot as well. A relatively disconnected board despite the emergence of the two-tone texture. May feel it's a good one to bet small here as he would with all of his overpairs, some 10x. Starting to pressure the high card type holdings in his opponent's ranges. Hands like Queen Jack, King Queen, some ace highs, unlikely to be able to muster up a call, so goes for 225, and that should get the job done for the Israeli. LA does continue the flop, however, and Smolko takes it down with another barrel on the turn. Interesting choice of continue there for the Romanian, just with the king 4. Not sure what he was going for, but regardless, Ilya Smolko won't mind picking up a few much-needed chips as a medium stack coming into the final table. Smolko came in actually 8 out of 9, although with the flurry of eliminations that we've seen on the outer tables, the structure certainly has caught up with us. And we're playing pretty deep at this stage with an average stack of about 33 big blinds. Late on in day 2, we did see the average stack more towards the 20 to 25 big blind range. But with the 50-minute levels here at day 3, plenty of time for these players to maneuver their way through the rest of the field. Gab still. came into the final 9 as the chip leader, but queen 3 not of interest for him. Bele with the 8 deuce will let it go, and a nice little walk for Dahlberg, who's won the majority of the pots so far here at the final table. Will be happy with the work that he's done. He came in with 2.7 million and is up to almost 4 at this stage. Smits goes for the fold. No hands of note so far. Utter trash for pretty much everyone. Let's see if Bele can muster up something on the button here. He certainly can. Pocket queens will be looking to charge the blinds for the conventional opening sizing of 2x. What has Minzaru got cooking up here in the big blind? Ace-Jack suited. Oh dear. This could spell danger for the Romanian Italian, who may be 3-bet calling this one. Late position versus late position. Does go for the 3-bet. Versus his Romanian counterpart, and Bele instantly collapsing into his chair, leaning over the table, getting a good look at his opponent's stack. And the 2 words that Paul does not want to hear in this spot will be coming quite shortly, you feel. Unless he's got ideas of a call here, I don't think. Yeah, there we go. Does put the chips in. And Paul will be sick to his stomach now with this ace-jack. Is he able to find a way somehow out of there? The idea with the 3-bet is we make our decision pre-flop, but there can be some other factors to consider. Your pre-flop plan can sometimes go out of the window when you realize your opponent might be 4-bet jamming too strong of a range. He does go for the 3-bet fold with the ace-jack, finds a way out of there. The ninja we saw yesterday, Paul on the feature table, really rifling through the field. Didn't get the best of card distribution, did find aces versus a short stack jam in the big blind, and did find a knockout late on into day 2. But aside from that, a double barrel, a triple barrel bluff. He folded king-jack on king-6 deuce under the gun versus small blind and was correct as well. The opponent had king-queen. So he's managed to avert danger on a multitude of occasions, and this being yet another one of those. Thanks everybody for joining us across our multiple streaming platforms. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook across a couple of different channels. Hope you're enjoying the ride. As Gab still opens it up with the king-jack suited. Gets it through to the big blind. Schmitz similarly stacked, but jack-7 offsuit not likely to cut the mustard here. Could be seeing a fold from the big blind. Does lay it down. Cosma with the ace-jack suited himself. Same suits as Paul, who just found a 3-bet fold. And Berg with the same hand from the big blind here, facing an 18 big blind open. Calling would seem to be the standard play, as he knows that his opponent is not necessarily incentivized to open a wide range with the multitude of big stacks on the left-hand side. Both players flopping nothing really here. Cosmo, though, with the tempo pre-flop. The pre-flop aggression. Is he going to follow it up on 10-9-6? Conventionally, you feel it could be in his best interest to check back this type of board. Does have the overpair advantage, of course, but his opponent holding some 8-7 combos that he doesn't have. Regardless of that, does get the same hand to fold and picks up a decent sized pot there. All of these pots so significant at this stage of the tournament. The variance in losing a couple of small pots compared to winning them can propel you into the dizzy heights of a top 5 berth, whereas those small pots go against you early on, and it's you looking over your shoulder, wondering if you're going to be the unfortunate player to bust out in 9th. King Queen of Clubs for Gabsdill. Opening it up, Bellet with a potential 3-bet here. And does go for it here with the Ace-5 of Hearts. Makes it 500 to go, applying some pressure to Gabsdill. But look at this, Dahlberg with the pocket jacks in the hijack. Awkward spot on a final table where all 3 players have 40 plus big blinds. Let's go for the cold call. The only issue with the cold call is our range is just super face up. It's almost always a hand like jacks, 10s, or ace-queen suited. Very rarely traps. So some designs on 4-betting. Even folding is an option at this stage with the ICM. We do see the 6-6-5. Quite a meaty looking c-bet coming out from the Romanian Bellet here. Unperturbed by Dahlberg, who's just going to rip it in here with the jacks, not wanting to see any more cards. Maybe the plan for him was to just avoid the ace or the king high board and take it. And Bellet, really, considering what I said about that really super razor thin pre-flop cold calling range that you're likely to see from Dahlberg, knows he's behind jacks, 10s, potentially queens, and so really only doing well versus hands like ace queen of diamonds, maybe a loosey goosey king queen of diamonds. Thanks to Rosa for joining us in the chat, saying, "Come on, David," with the Hungarian colours. He's done an excellent job so far. Fearless player from Hungary and 6th in the all-time Hungarian money list. Adding to a star-studded final table of local talent here. David, of course, in seat 1. Atus Gabstil, very well known from not just Eastern Slovakia, but ventures over to Bratislava quite often. Starting to see a lot more of Paul in seat 4 on seat 5, sorry, on the local scene. Sebastian Kotowitz, of course, very well known around these parts, plying his trade, making so many of these final tables in these big fields. Over to Kotowitz in the small blind. He is covered by his opponent. Goes for the limp with the King 9 suited. Wanting to have some stronger hands that can face an ISO from the big blind in the range. In that limp. Remember, we don't have any perilously short stacks at this stage of the tournament. Kotowitz's stack is towards the bottom of the pecking order at the moment with 9 left here. Average stack of 3.3 million. And look at this. Smolko takes the bait with the 6-4. And Kotowitz, you feel, has a very comfortable defend with his King 9 of hearts. Does complete. And off to a flop. 7 big blinds in there. And a great board for Kotowitz, but look at this, a gut shot for Smolko. Unblocking diamonds could be the type of hand that we see go for the hop, skip, jump. Likely to start off with a small bet, 175 to 200 can definitely be very effective at this stage. Goes for 150, even smaller. Just trying to test the waters of his opponent. The beauty of betting the 6 high here is you get so many better hands to fold even for this small size. Just targeting the snap folds now. Ten on the turn. Brings a second flush draw. And remember what I said about those unblocking effects. He's got club heart. So by the river, if the flush draw does brick, this would be a prime candidate for a triple barrel. Are we going to see the fireworks here between the Israeli and the Polish player here, Kotowitz? Staring into the distance, now glancing over to the board and at his stack. Waiting for the bet to come. But does see the check from Smolko. Waving the white flag, potentially. Going to be difficult to represent too much. Having checked back such a wet texture on the turn. Backdoor flush emerging. Certainly possible for Smolko to hold 2 spades, though. Not looking to get check ripped on the turn and have to bet fold or bet call, that kind of middling equity. Smolko is going to take the bait though. 400 into 1 million. Easy call for Kotowitz. And bad news for the Israeli, who was hoping to just lean on some of those missed diamonds. And the top pair of the Polish player will get the job done. Well navigated. It's quite tricky out of position in these intense final table situations, playing for huge pay jumps, a lot of money at stake. Not wanting to overcommit yourself out of position, just playing it slow. Limp call, check call on the flop. No bet on the river. Doesn't want to open the door to getting shoved on. Just happy to induce some kind of bluff from his opponent. If he's beat, then so be it. Either way, allows himself the option to spin it back up. Was not going to be put in for his tournament life there. Bele opening it up really wide here with the pocket deuces, not conventionally the type of hand that you want to be entering the pot with on a final table. And Smolko here in the small blind has 20 big blinds and ace king, and really only one likely route here, and that will be the red triangle. Is he going to go for the 3-bet non-all-in here with the ace-king offsuit? I don't think so. Ooh, here we go. Looking to play a non-all-in 3-bet here. Goes really small, allows his opponent a great price. And Bele is going to continue here. And this is one of the reasons maybe why we don't want to allow our opponent such a cheap price. Now out of position, obviously we do dominate a lot of the range. But post-flop collision incurs variance, and that can mean a higher likelihood of busting out. Smolko mulling over his decision here. 1.3 million in the middle, likely to go for somewhere around 300. Goes for 350. And look at this from Bele, a non-believer. He's going to peel off the deuces, and all of a sudden we're in a mammoth pot here with just a pair of twos, following up by calling the 3-bet and not going anywhere, not even a spade in hand on the flop. Just pure street poker here, not the card that Bele would have been looking for. But what does Smolko think about the range of Bele here? Is he expecting hands like pocket tens, ace 10 suited, king queen possibly, some king jack suited in there? And he does check. 1.75 stack to pot ratio. Probably not expecting Bele to have a hand such as pocket twos here. just the not worse turn card for the Romanian. Does check it back, and an offsuit deuce here would be absolutely disgusting, but it's not. It's the 9 of hearts. Smolko can probably breathe a bit easier now, knowing it's rather unlikely that his opponent has a better hand than ace-king at this stage. Could be getting trapped from time to time by a hand like king-jack, wanting the opponent to improve, not needing to bet. Ranges are so narrow at this stage. A 3-bet non-all-in from Smolko to remind you. Bele did find a call, and it looks like he's going to be targeting this kind of king-queen, ace-jack, maybe ace-8 suited. Wow, look at this. Smolko goes for the small bet and gets snap jammed on by the Romanian. What on earth is going on here? How can he possibly call? He's got the ace of spades, not the king of spades. And the 9 could potentially give Bele the opportunity to represent a hand like pocket 9s with the spade that might have stuck around on the flop, facing 1 bet. But what an absolutely mammoth pot here. I think Smolko's going to lay it down. How can he possibly consider his opponent to be bluffing here? A hand like Queen Jack or Jack 10 or King 10. The only likely candidates. And what a hand. Shows the deuces. That is one of the most insane final table hands I think I've ever seen. And the Romanian takes it down with balls of steel. Absolutely flying it through on the river there. Smolko looking up to the sky as if to say, what the hell just happened? And Sebastian Kotowicz can't help but let out a bit of a laugh there as if to say, what have I just witnessed? That is absolutely insanity.
Value? Value?
A mixture between genius and madness from the Romanian in seat 3 there.
You still have some tips for me, yeah? So I'm go and get the
What a hand. Cosma opening it up, blind versus blind, to the 3x. Looks like he's going for the raise fold. Gab still here with a very playable Queen 9. Getting a pretty reasonable price. Looks like he's going to stick around for the ride. He covers his opponent. And Cosma going into this flop with quite a decent situation, and it improves. Top pair. Gab still with the Queen of Clubs, with some backdoor equity, but likely to be able to justify calling at such a narrow, such a shallow stack depth, I should say. Look at this, the 10 of clubs arriving on the turn gives Gab still a Bit of equity now. Gut shot and a flush draw. Cosma playing it slow, going for the check on the flop at 2 stack to pot ratio, and again laying a trap on the turn. Strong hand in a blind versus blind situation. Top pair here. And of course, Gab still now looking to potentially start to target some of these ace high red type holdings. A hand like ace 7, ace 8, ace 9. Maybe applying pressure to some pocket pairs as well. Jamming seems a little bit overzealous for Cosma here. So call feels like a natural route, and that's what he does do. And all of a sudden, 1.6 in the middle and 1.2 million behind. We saw Cosma find a big call with the queens in a 4-bet pot versus the ace-king suited of Berg yesterday on the feature table. Does check it over. The plan was to trap his opponent, allow his opponent to try and fire something out. Only 6-4 really improving on the river. Aside from some random hands like 5-7, something like that. And there is the king 9, and Gab still not firing it in on the river. Reluctant to put his opponent to the test there. A little bit spooked out maybe by the line. Probably wasn't expecting too many hands to call the turn. Looking to lean on some of the give-ups.
Me neither. Let's go. All in blind. Check to the river.
Gab still. Blind versus a pretty unpredictable player. The Romanian Bele, with one of the most ballsy players I think I've ever seen on a final table. Does check it back with the king jack suited. Mixing it up a bit. We've seen Gab still stab these boards in the past, blind versus blind. His opponent going for a bit of an angle there, kind of checking when he knows that it's not on him. He knows his opponent is likely to bet. I'm a massive fan of that. Gab still does turn a gut shot, so picks up a little bit of equity. Has a heart in hand as well, which could be perilous if we see a bet, a call, and a heart on the river. Does give it up. Not looking to lean on some of the weaker Jack X or the 4X hands. Bele here. Lots of movement. Seems like he's kind of excited. Very happy to be in this situation with the pair in the flush draw, and Gab still does release the 8-5. Smolko with the ace deuce offsuit in the hijack. He's got 9 big blinds. Maybe we just let this one go and jam the suited variant of the holding. Let's see what he thinks about the lineup behind. Does fold. I think that's a solid play. Ace 5 off. A different kettle of fish. Don't want to be having too many jams here into a lineup of quite large stacks there that aren't going to be too worried about paying off the 1 million jam. Dahlberg, blind versus blind, will complete. Oh no, he's going to open it up with the 7-5, leaning on Minzariu's shorter stack there. 1.6 million for Paul. Left in the stack, around about 13 big blinds or so. And still 9 remaining here. As we're seeing a Christmas jumper from the Hungarian. Getting a couple of chuckles from around the table. Matus and Ilya enjoying the show. Thanks very much to all of you tuning in. Hope you're enjoying final table coverage from the festival in Bratislava. It's the main event. It's the Sunday primetime business end as we are playing towards the winner of 77,000 euros, which will be crowned later on tonight. Currently 4:30 local time, as Kotowitz quietly opens it up with the King-Queen offsuit in the +1 seat. And Cosma representing one of our partners, the Cool Bet, with the Christmas jumper. There's Gab still looking down at Ace King of Spades. Similar stack to Kotowitz, but very likely to continue with a 3-bet here. 600k, the usual sizing. Goes for a little size up to 700. Couple of half-decent hands behind, but not going to be coming in cold, facing an under the gun +1 raise and a 3-bet from the hijack. 9-handed, the ace-9 and the king-10 find the mark as Kotowitz now. Does he have any devilish intentions here with potential 4-bet non-all-in on the table? The only real option not available is calling. With the ICM, just likely to either click it back or fold, and fold seems to be the solid option. So he does get out the way. And here are the standings at the moment on the final table. Smolko at the bottom of the pack lost a massive pot to Bele, the Romanian, flying in the deuces on the river and getting the fold. Dahlberg, the current chip leader, great start to the final table. He won 3 out of the first 5 hands. And Schmitz, who's been the final table chip leader coming into it, tied with Gab still, is now sat in 3rd, but still sitting pretty with a very healthy stack. Minzariu, king 6 of clubs, opening it up on the button, looking to get a steal through here, first and foremost. Schmitz with 8-6 of hearts. Looks somewhat more interested than maybe the hand deserves, but let's see if he's got any intentions here with the suited one-gapper. It's going to shove. Super loose play from the man flying the flag of the Netherlands. Just didn't buy it for some reason. Sending it in with the 8-6 of hearts. Wow. Some rather unorthodox players here so far at the final table, but both have worked. I'm thinking back to the massive hand between Christian Bele, the Romanian, sat in seat 3, and Ilya Smolko over in seat 9. If you're on YouTube, go back around about half an hour and check that one out. That was absolute fireworks. The deuces versus the ace-king.
That is 250.
Gab still decent orbit for him. He's found the aces, having just won a 3-bet pot with ace-king suited. And Berg with 1.7 million here. Is he going to jam with the 9s? +2 open, hijack call. Does need to be somewhat careful here. Does have around about 18 big blinds in his stack, and for chips likely to jam in these situations when it's the medium stack opening and the larger stack of Dahlberg. Had it been the other way around, maybe he would have just called, but does shove, and look at this spot for Gab still here. The Slovakian coming into the final table with the chip lead. Lost a couple of small to medium-sized pots, but now faces a dream scenario with 9 left. Do you see the rejam from Gab still, and that should get out Dahlberg with those lowly pocket 3s, trying to take a cheap flop. And here it is, aces versus 9s. 9s, throughout my playing time in Bratislava, I called the Bratislava nuts. They just seem to find a set in these big situations. Let's hope for local hometown hero Mattis Gabstil that this is not the case on this occasion. Oh my word. Does have the backdoor spades. Are we going to see a sweaty turn card for the Norwegian? No, the 6 of clubs rolls off and just the ace, and the ace only. Or it's going to be a double up for Berg. Ouch. Pocket 9s. The Bratislava nuts sends down another overpair here. Brutal for Gab still, but he's been around the block. He'll be able to reset. A little flicker of emotion, and of course some frustration coursing through the veins of the Slovakian, but just wasn't meant to be on this one. Still does have 15 big blinds to play with to potentially spin it back up. What a hammer blow there for the last remaining Slovakian here at the Banco Casino. 9 left in the festival. We get aces versus 9s in for a huge stack. Over average stack in the pot there. Almost 4 million in chips. Current average is 3.3, I believe. It goes the wrong way for the Slovakian.
op Ja, waarschijnlijk.
Ja, nee, wel.
Het scheelt wel een hoop hoofdpijn. Ja, niet meer na te denken.
Ja, maar we hadden het maar. Kom dan, kom in.
Ja, en de tafel ook alsjeblieft.
Ja, weet. Wat niet in, dat in. Dat is waar. Wat did you anything you feel 1.7? I was happy with that.
I was happy with aces. Like he said, he folded 9 pre-flop, so I was like, it's getting better a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
But after that flop, I was like,
Yeah.
that's really good.
Smith's opening it up from the cutoff and we'll get the job done. Smolko getting quite short now as we do move into the 60k, 120k blind level. We will be playing now 50-minute levels, and we will be motoring towards the next level, I believe, which is 80, 160. So around about another hour and a half or so before the next break, which will be 30 minutes. And still a stubborn final table of 9 as the Norwegian Berg manages to find a miracle 9 to stay alive. All players have locked up 7,000 euros playing for the top prize of 77. And it's Berg in the cutoff with the King 8. Does just muck it. Kotowitz 7-4 suited. And by folding, he allows the potential for Smolko to
Wil jij er ook niet een keer?
potentially run into
2 coronas, please.
a jam versus Kozma. 7-6 offsuit for the Israeli. What's he going to do here?
Dat wil jij het.
So short. Does fold. Cosmo with the King 6 may have looked him up there. Would have only been around 6 big blinds with King high. And did in fact have his opponent dominated. So a wise leave for the Israeli in seat number 9. Some Norwegian love in the chat from Yevakim and Elio. Cheering on their man. Big double up for Norway. And it's been a great start to the final table for the Norwegians out there, as Dahlberg, as you see now, opening it up with the Queen Jack, has certainly been the benefactor of a couple of big pots. Things getting a bit short for Minzaru. Going to be going through the blinds shortly. Smits, though, continuing his tempo that we've seen from him. The jam with the 8-6 suited versus Minzaru's button open earlier in the small blind. Certainly a fearless play from the Dutchman. Smolko going card dead at the wrong time. He's sat on 6 big blinds over there as things are getting a little bit frisky for Minzaru and Smolko on the short stack. And the guys with all the chips continuing to do their job of just hoovering up the blinds. Cosma getting a bit frisky here as Gabstill with ace-3 suited faces this cutoff open. A very decent hand to go for the jam, but with these other 2 shorter stacks, doesn't take the bait. As Dahlberg will certainly take his option in defending the big blind. And there is top pair for Dahlberg. Cosmo could be in a spot of bother here. You do tend to see the players who have opened follow it up with a bet. He's got some backdoor equity, wanting to lean on hands like ace-5, queen-8, jack-7 with his 8 high. Of course, not able to maneuver top pair out of there, and that's going to be the check mark for Dahlberg now with 2 pair. No improvement to Cosma, who could have turned all sorts of different cards to give him a fighting chance. A diamond, a 7, a 10, a 6 and 8. Comes up dry on the 9. And not the best card to double barrel as well, as it will hit that big blind range somewhat. Dahlberg now will go for the small bet on the flush completer, but holding top 2 pair. Very happy to try and get a call from hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack. Takes it down. Now the focus is on Minzaru here. Flying the flag of Romania, now paying the blinds and the ante, of course. Losing 2 of his 10 big blind stack. See if he can muster something up. Sometimes these deep runs are all about timing. It's finding the big hand when you need it the most. Otherwise, it can feel painful just kind of blinding out of the tournament whilst everyone else is hot on your case around you. The bigger stacks looking to hoover up the blinds and the antes and put pressure on the shorter stacks, of course, as is conventional for the final table. Smolko with his 6 bigs is going to wait for a better spot. 7-6 suited, wanting to have some kind of Broadway card, or, you know, much better to jam a hand like King 6 suited there, of course. Could potentially get called by worse. Do better versus hands like 10s, whereas 7-6 has got 2 unders. King 6 suited having an overcard, and of course the suit would be a jump up in equity versus the calling range. Bele though, pocket 9s, just sails it through. No resistance from the ace 4 or the 5-4. We still have 9 players remaining, about an hour or so into the final table play here. Short stacks currently are Gabstil from Slovakia, Minzariu of Romania, and Shmolko, the shortest stack, flying the flag of Israel over in seat 9.
The bus did in no space.
Bele, the Romanian, certainly has some creative ideas, referencing back to the deuce's hand, calling a 3-bet, having opened from early position, peels queen 10-4, goes check check on the turn, and fires it in on the 9 river, getting the fold. Schmitz with ace-jack in the big blind, likely just to continue here in the form of a call. Doesn't want a 3-bet fold or have to play a massive pot here, with so many short stacks lurking around and the likelihood of ladders coming in the next orbit or so. Bele not going to follow up with the bet, but just drills the nuts on the turn, as Schmitz turns a double gutter of his own. So 88-12 in form of equity here, and Schmitz looks like he's going to take a stab at this one. Would have certainly expected hands like pocket 10s and jack 9 to have bet the flop, so you can certainly feel like the bet is justified, maybe looking to lean on hands like pocket 5s, like pocket 6s, pocket 7s. And there is the 9s. It's going to be a chop pot here. Both players now with the straight. Schmitz getting himself out of a spot of bother there. Of course, the king would have been the gin card, but he'll be more than happy to see the offsuit 9 here. Only losing to king jack. Looks like he's reaching deep for chips here. Trying to target hands like potentially ace 10, king 10, ace 8, 9 8. Snap call, and it's going to be a chop pot here. Bele can't believe his luck, turning the nuts, having not c-bet the flop.
King would be better.
Ends up chopping it up with the Dutchman.
I said that it's lucky.
Split pot, right?
Split. This is yours, yeah? It was small, which can't cheap.
Yeah, but I see as my or not.
Yeah, you took it back?
No, I did not.
Ah,
That's why I said.
Thank you.
You almost lost.
yeah, you almost lost. Okay. Even on the river. Like the 10, yeah? On the turn.
Yeah, but then
But better than being like that. Be positive.
Not the best card, not the worst card.
Yes, yeah. Split is fair, I think. No, not fair. Alright.
I think it's fair.
next time.
They will come in another one.
I should win the hand in the third, but I didn't want to.
So Smolko with the fold, still looking to pick something up here. He's got one more hand before he's going to have to put in about 40% of his stack. But look at this for Gabstil. Ace Queen of Diamonds, 12 big blinds, exactly what he was hoping to see. Don't think he's going to take any chances with the super short stack of Smolko there. I think we're likely just to see Gab still open jam here. Puts in the vast majority of his stack with an idea of potentially folding if pandemonium ensues behind, but this Schmidt's looking interested in the small blind with the ace-7 of clubs. I think it's a little too weak to call here, with the logic being, why would Gab still be incentivized to take a light jam when you've got Minzariu there sat on sub 10 big blinds and Smolko just about to go through the blinds himself? And look at this, another big spot, but
For me, it was the same.
also finding the fold. Berg, well aware of
Yeah, but you go second line.
the aforementioned strength of Gab still's likely holding. Doesn't get the action he was looking for, although the blinds and the ante will certainly be a nice pickup there for the Slovakian. It's been a bit of a brutal start to the final table for him, losing aces versus nines versus Berg. Having come into the final table as chip leader with 4.7 million, is now battling around about the 1.8 million chip mark. So Dahlberg with the King 10 suited, continuing his high-intensity playing style, and of course, very much justified as the chip leader, opening from the hijack. Minzariu finds the fold, Schmidt's out the way, and it's over to Berg in the small blind with this rather tricky ace-10 offsuit, facing the table chip leader. The prominence of those short stacks very much in his stream of consciousness right now, wondering, yeah, he does go for the 3-bet fold. I don't mind this decision. It's brave and by no means easy to pull off, but facing the hijack open, we've seen Dahlberg show some signs of widening up his game. Now facing a 3x 3-bet here from a medium stack. Does he want to tangle and go post-flop with the King 10 suited? Absolutely cooked by the value range. Does okay versus some of the slightly weaker holdings, but does let it go. And Berg with a nice pickup there. The Norwegian cooking on gas after finding the all-important 2-outer earlier on versus Gab still. So no drama there between the chip leader and one of the medium stacks. And now the onus very much on Ilya Smolko, flying the flag of Israel. And he's got a rather piddly looking stack left after putting in the blind and the ante. It's going to be coming around thick and fast, and he needs to find something here. Otherwise, he could unfortunately be in that spot where just not picking up any kind of decent card distribution ends up withering out of the tournament. It's a really heartbreaking situation to be in when you are playing on a final table with 77,000 euros up top. You've locked up 7k, you're coming into the final table full of gusto, and the wind just gets punched out of your sails by the dreaded weak card distribution that he's had to face. Ace-8 suited for Schmitz. Very happy to go to battle with Smolko in the big blind here. And he's got 5-3 off. Sometimes it's just really a gutter punch, as I mentioned, this kind of brutal card distribution. And you can see the frustration etched upon the face of the Israeli there. Just cannot do anything at the moment. Still, 4 big blinds. It's not the end of the world. Greg Merson, of course, famously coming back to win the WSOP main event almost a decade ago. was down to a fraction of a big blind at one stage with around about 50 players left. So very much in the realms of mathematical possibility for Smolko, but the likelihood of that evaporating with every weak hand that he's dealt. Gab still is going to be razor tight here. And yeah, you can see the king queen kind of saw that on the face. He was just frustrated. He just can't really justify entering the pot where by folding he allows the later position collision with the shorter stacks, which is certainly in his interests from a laddering and financial perspective. Schmitz, though, happy to continue to drive the action. Ace-8 of spades last time, Ace-5 this time. And Kotowitz, we've seen him find these loosey-goosey 3-bets with the ace blocker. Does he have any designs on another spot here? Feeling like the tempo from Schmitz is starting to bulldoze the table. Will he look for a fight back here, or will he just sit in line, be a good boy, and try and wait for these shorter stacks to find their way to the rail? Absolutely not, the Polishman says. Finding the 3-bet non-all-in with the ace-8. Certainly a good choice of combination here. We do apply a lot of pressure to even hands like ace-9, ace-10, king-queen, king-jack. What's Schmitz going to do here? Options on the table, all three of them. Well, flatting less so, but definitely jam and definitely fold are within the realms of possibility here. Does he go for any heroics here, or does he give credit where credit's due to a strong-looking 3-bet from the Polishman? And Kotowitz there, quietly going about business as the short-medium stack, finding a nice spot to lean on the wider range of the chip leader, taking it down. Look at this for Manzariu, the pocket 7s from +2. You've got Smolko sat whittling away. And he's going to go for the half stack kind of maneuver here, I think. Maybe a little bit more. Very happy to see the 3 stacks on the direct left get out the way. Benefit of this is that he is also jamming into another short stack in the form of Gamstill. Had he been going into Bele, the fellow Romanian stack, it may have been slightly less appetizing, but beggars can't be choosers, and Paul does find a much needed pickup there. He is up to over 10 big blinds for the first time in a while. Smolko, though, you can see at the bottom with the 3.7 bigs. Tough spot for the Israeli. Going to need to find something quick. We've been saying that for the last 2 orbits, but time is very much of the essence for Smolko as Gabstill and, of course, Paul with the pink hair and the fluffy patented mascot, his octopus, guiding him potentially back into the frame. Nice little pickup. So Dahlberg does have a nice stack to his name, but 9 deuce, certainly not going to cut it. Paul's work is done for an orbit at least, kind of treading water there with the short stack. Berg folds, Kotowitz gets out the way, as he should be. Just allowing Smolko now the opportunity to strike while the iron is cold. However, ace-deuce of spades And again, not committing the full stack, just in case there's some fireworks behind and he could potentially get that ladder. And that ladder is massive to him off of the sub 4 big blind stack. So he does put 320 in, goes for the 2.75x raise. Cosma. Likely just to jam here. He covers Gab still. Let's see what he's going for here. He's going to put in the majority of his stack. Committing himself. He'll be praying not to run into a premium from Bele. Sat in the big blind, the Romanian now, and all of a sudden things get dicey for... Wow, Gab still's got ace queen. Thought it was Bele going down the Hollywood route, but the hometown hero, the Slovakian, Matus Gabstil here. Does he look to engage into the battle with the ace-queen offsuit? ICM, I think, dictates a fold. Oh, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it, playing for the win. And Bele with king 10. The Romanian looking interested. Is he going to try and iron out half the field here with the king 10 offsuit from the big blind? You think not for the 17 big blinds effective or so. And does lay it down. And now what's Smolko going to do? He's got 120k back. He knows he's going to be completely crushed. Does he try to allow Gabstil to bust here? Ooh. I mean, interesting, right? You leave chips behind, you get kind of the outcome that could allow you to find a route out. Still have one big blind. In the cutoff, you're going to be able to play for the full blind, the full big blind ante. I think this might be a fold. He does fold. And now is an interested bystander looking to see the collision between Gabstil and Cosmo. Will fortune favor the brave here for the Slovakian? Putting it in with the ace-queen off. Playing for the win.
Ja, ik weet niet eens welke is. 10 en uithouden. Volgens mij moet 10 winnen, dan is 1 uit.
Oh, and it comes queen high. Bad news for Smolko there, who's put in a big chunk of his stack. Now looking for the 10, and the 10 only. Oh, a little bit of theatrics from Cosmo, getting ready for the early pay, looking to hit the 10, but does not find it, as Gabstil with a huge double up there with the ace-queen. Have a look at these payouts. So it's 7,000 for 9th. 8th is 8.8k, so 3.5 buy-ins. Then you have a smaller jump from 8th to 11th. Oh no, 2.5k. So it's 1,700, 2.5k, 3.3k. And Gab's still saying, you know what, even if I just die in 9th here, I'm well ahead of the button reshoving range. So again, certainly playing for the win there. Went for it with the ace-queen. And after the brutality of the aces versus 9s earlier, finds a way to get his way back into the tournament here. Sven Calls, thanks very much for joining us on the YouTube chat. Very well-known streamer, currently going deep in the APPT main event over in Cambodia with the home advantage. Really praying and checking my Instagram on the side to see all of your updates. Hopefully you can get it done, but regardless, it's been a good run and certainly things looking to be going in the right direction for the Irishman. How long time is the blind, says Sebastian Jagiello. We have 50-minute clock at the moment on the feature table. Very interesting spot with the ace-queen. Tough to say what the answer is. Had Smolko jammed and didn't leave chips behind, it becomes more enticing to fold. As you know, he's definitely going to be at risk, but Gab's still deciding that the ace-queen was too strong there, that he would take his chances. And his bravery, of course, rewarded. So Schmitz, the Dutchman, ordering 2 Coronas at a time, opens it up with the ace-king of diamonds under the gun. Nice hand to find. And it's these spots that are the best ones for Smolko to try and commit his stack. When you get an early position opener ahead of you and you've got 1 big blind, you can then play for both the 1 big blind out of the open, the big blind ante, and the small blind. So all of a sudden, that 1 big blind can turn into 4.5, and you kind of get protection from the early position open as well, because people are less likely to find any kind of resistance behind. Smolko does commit with the ace-6 of hearts. Is he going to get any chance to find a way back into the main event here? Doesn't look likely with Minzariu lurking in the small blind with the ace-queen. Does rejam. Schmitz, does he have anything? No, 9-5 off, so good news for Minzariu, as he's not at risk. But we'll look to eliminate Smolko here, who's had an utterly miserable final table thus far. If he can find the 6, maybe he has some kind of redemption and possibility to find his way back into the tournament, but couldn't find the ladder as Gab Still's ace-queen doubled up versus the 10s, and now looking for a 6. And there it is. 6 on the turn. So all of a sudden, Minzariu needing a queen or a jack. But it's the jack. The nut straight on the river for Paul Minzariu, finding the elimination as Smolko just gets absolutely toyed with by the deck. Just felt absolutely impossible for him to do anything on that final table, and he does see his fate sealed, hitting the rail in 9th for a payout of 7,000 euros. Unlucky. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him around the European scene. He played great. And as you can see, with the stubbornness of the final table, it was well over an hour before we got our first elimination there. The stacks have got that little bit shorter. And I think we are up to the 80k, 160k level now. We certainly are. Those golden chips you can see coming in from Berg are 25Ks, the blues 5Ks, and the grey sort of silvery chips are 100K chips.
Because I'm using this one. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Can you move, guys? Just a little bit.
I'm doing that.
Yeah, you've got space over there.
You should get me now.
Couple of pleasantries being shared around the table as the first elimination goes, and it certainly does help to ease the nerves somewhat. It's been a pretty tense final table so far as Kotowitz moves around into what is now seat 8, just having a little bit of a restructuring. Ace 7 for Ballet in the hijack. Opens it up. Schmitz in the small. Could see a flop here from the small with his pocket 7s. Certainly not the type of hand class that would conventionally be a 3-bet. And that could allow Berg in, although ace 5 is going to be quite dominated multi-way, and he allows the other two 30 big blind stacks to collide potentially. Decent board for the 7s. 8 high. Ballet with the quick check back, turning a gut shot now. May see Smith start to announce his hand, look for some value and protection, of course. 960 out there. Is he going to go for 250? He goes for, and that will do the job of getting Ballet to come along with the ace high. Hoping for a 5, hoping for an ace. A 7 wouldn't be the worst card, although in this situation it certainly would be. Deuce of diamonds on the river, and the check mark over to Smits, and he's got to feel like he's rather unlikely that Ballet's going to back into trip deuces, but he does go for a bit of a defensive check. Could definitely have gone for a bit of value there, and as you can see, it's plastered all over his face, feeling like he might have missed out on a bit of value there. Wanting to charge, or at least ask the question to hands like ace high, ace king, of course, is somewhat likely to find a call from time to time. Thanks very much for everyone joining us here. It's the festival, it's the final day, the main event Sunday, day 3. We do have 8 players left. All players currently have locked themselves up 8,800 euros, and we will be playing down to a winner. 77,000 euros waiting for the champion of the main event, and it's going to be one of these remaining 8 players. Cosma, though, down to 520k, having run into Matus Gabsdil's ace queen with his 10s, could not win that crucial flip. And look at this, Dahlberg, the Norwegian, who's had a great start to the final table, came in 5th in chips with 2.7 million, now sat on 6.3 and only needs to fade an ace. And look at this, Berg has ace king off in the small blind. This could be absolute fireworks. With the 80k, 160k, he's got around about 23 big blinds or so. Don't see any route where he doesn't shove here. And there it is. The chips are going in, and this is absolutely massive for not only the players involved, but the likes of Gabsdil, the likes of Minzariu. Watching this, Kotowitz as well, of course, Schmitz, and Ballet. Interested bystanders here as we see a 3-way all-in on the final table. No way, shape or form that Dahlberg is going to fold, but maybe a little bit of Dutch courage, has a sip of the old beer, and the chips likely to be going in.
4 million.
Zero folding here when he isolated the short stack jam. Only a 3.5 big blind raise, so he knows that his opponent will be shoving potentially hands like pocket jacks. Ace king, of course, is the most likely hand with the most combinations. But here we go. We did see a king queen folded as well, which is bad news for Berg. And Cosmo really has it tough here with the ace-9. He's going to need to find a miracle, but the main side pot between Dalberg and Berg, the two Norwegians going heads up in what is a massive flip. Oh, and it's come ace high. And all of a sudden, Cosmo even has a route to victory. He needs a 9. Dalberg's going to sit back down. A jack on the turn means an 8 would do it for Cosmo. But it is the 6. Berg wins a humongous pot here. 8.9 million in the middle. Dalberg is back down to less than he started the final table with. He's going to have 2.3 million in his stack, down to 14 big blinds. And Minzaru, they're close to finding a double ladder. Will be happy with the 1 at the very least.
That's what I was saying. I was like
8.8k and the elimination of Cosmo from Hungary, as we are now down to 7, which means we've hit the 5-figure payout. 11.3k will be guaranteed for the remaining 7 contestants here.
king queen. Du har plats, ja?
King queen,
Yeah.
Finally we eliminated that guy.
Yeah. It was tough to beat.
Lost a 1.5 million pot at big one 10k yesterday.
Ah, sure. Pretty big one.
3 pounds.
And you're still in.
3 pounds.
I had a million before the hand started.
Minzaru folds. Schmitz out the way. Berg follows suit, and over to this blind versus blind situation between Kotowitz and Gabsdill that's emerging. Kotowitz just going to complete, getting a good price now. 7-handed. The big blind ante does creep up in significance with every elimination. What's Gabsdill going to do here? For 18 or 17 or 18 big blinds effective. Does he just jam it in with the ace? And looks like he's going to play the cautious route, checking it back, allowing himself to have some ace highs in the check back range, which is always nice. When it does come ace highs, you do expect your opponent to stab that board quite a lot. Kotowitz has the backdoor flush draw. Queen 4 deuce. Ace on the turn, and the check mark for Matus Gabsdill here. A bit of a resurgence from the Slovakian. And look at this, Kotowitz firing the second barrel, looking to lean on some of the 4x, some of the deuce x in the range of Gabsdill, who, of course, checking back the big blind, will have all sorts of hands that may consider folding now, like 8 deuce, 7 deuce, 9 deuce. But of course, ace deuce will be able to not only call the turn, but almost any river, you feel. Kotowitz now in a spot of bother here with the 9-7. Is he going to fire it through once again? Or does he wave the white flag? It could be curtains for the Polishman if he goes for the triple barrel here. 1.7 remaining into a pot of 2.4, and it's going to be slid in the direction of Matis Gabstil from Slovakia, regardless of the outcome. Gonna go for a non-all-in bet by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Just looking to target miss flush draws. Snap call from Gabstil with the 2 pair. What have you got, pal? No good. And Kotowitz now. His unbridled aggression that has obviously been the catalyst in getting him to this stage of the tournament. Potentially his undoing in that one. Going for the triple barrel. Minzaru folds the ace deuce. Berg, though, with the table chip lead and the 8-7 suited. Nice spot to open it up. Would probably have been priced in by the Kotowitz jam, but instead just flying it through the blinds. And the Norwegians. Two very prominent players on the final table, Dahlberg and Berg. Berg has had a great run so far and is up over 9 million now.
What is it when you have a chip lead?
That's what I was trying to say. It's easy.
Another raise and a take from the Norwegian with the King Jack this time. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the final table is
That's why I put so much worth.
seems a bit lighter now. One smiling, joking around. No joking from Katowice, though. Back to business. Needs to do some work with his short stack. It's currently him and Minzadiu, the two shorties, that are looking to find a spot.
Big L.
Gab still in the cutoff with these pocket fours. Going to open it up. See if he goes for a slightly larger than min sizing into the short stack and the big blind here. Nope, just the min raise, and Paul gets out the way as he's paid the blinds in the ante now and will be awaiting those getting through Kotowitz, the fellow short stack, over in seat number 8. So Berg continuing to mop up here at the final table. The Norwegian really in flow right now. Starting to lean on these shorter stacks and starting to propel himself very much towards the likelihood of that top 3 berth. Payouts for the top 3 starting at 37.6k, 53.1 for second, and 77 for first. Dahlberg out the way, Minzario follows suit, and Schmitz. Will he give the chip leader a walk here? No, he's going to fight for the big blind and the ante, of course. Berg here with the jack 5 off. Going to check it back. Schmitz looking over as if to say no raise. Very good. Both players flopping a jack here. So for Schmitz, starts with playing it slow and does see a 1 big blind stab from his opponent. He'll be happy to see that at this point with middle pair. Lots of potential random fires from his opponent. 10 means somewhat a high likelihood of a chop pot. Does go check again. Don't see much reason for Berg to fire a second barrel here. Happy to check it back, see a river. But now Schmitz with the undercard to the 8 will have the check mark here. And surely he could think of potential queen 10s, 10 9s to target. That check back range on the turn likely to be somewhat showdown driven, but he doesn't find a bet. Even with the diamond as the backup. Is Berg going to value cut himself here? Looking to target some 10x, 7x, 3x himself. He is. 250 into 800. Should be a quick call from the Dutchman. And Berg does unfortunately value cut himself, but I like the line. Going for the bet check back there, trying to get called. Wide ranges, blind versus blind. Definitely some 10x, some 7x, some 3x in there. Yeva Kim saying, no, it's going to be trouble for the rest. It certainly looks to be heading that direction, doesn't it? Playing extremely well. Schmitz on the button, 6.5 million. Great spot to be in here. Does have the chip leader in the small blind as well. Does Berg want to start to initiate an unspoken battle here? Going for the 3-bet, not the sort of hand to do it with. These pocket 7s. Has Kotowitz got anything in the big blind here? Jack deuce of diamonds. Is he going to defend, take a flop with the suited hand? Looking to go for a multi-way stop and go? He does not. So it's king 10 up against pocket 7s. Jack 3 deuce. Feels like a very natural board to see bet for Schmitz. But he does check back. Employing some pot control versus the chip leader. Looks to be a green light for Berg now to fire out a bet. And Schmitz simply relinquishes his option. Bellet. 6-5 off. After the theatrics of the pocket deuces early on, which certainly started the demise of Ilya Smolko, has been hot on it. And Minzariu will jam here. No need for any half stacking going on. It's just him and Kotowitz battling for these pay jumps at this stage. So looking to take the jam from the hijack. Does Schmitz find a call here with the ace-8? He does fold. Gets it through. Is it going to be anything for Gabstel in the big blind? No. King Deuce finds the muck. And Minzariu gets the job done. Nice little pickup for him. Hasn't had the most amazing card distribution run on the final table. He's just been clinging on there, but he's still in the mix. Gabstel in the small blind with the jack-8 of hearts. Is he going to look to do something here? Likely just to limp, but looks like he's got raising chips. Does have his opponent covered, so going to be putting some pressure on the Romanian here with the jack-8.
525.
Ballet nodding as if to say, okay, okay, see ya. And the 525, the over 3x raise takes it down. Over to Berg in the hijack, the chip leader, folding the ace-deuce. Surprised he relinquished an ace with the dominating chip stack here. Gabstel, though, will take his option. Not seeing any one in the pot before him. And look at this, Ballet with the pocket jacks. Over 20 big blinds, just sends it in, not taking any chances, not going to play the 3-bet non-all-in game. Dahlberg, of course, out the way. He's down to 1.6 million, so he's got about 10 bigs. And Gabstel here has a rather trivial raise fold.
Second pass. Awesome race, 325.
Berg will take the ace-8 though. And Kotowitz here on the short stack, exactly what he was looking for, ace-queen. And it's even better because he sees an open ahead of him, so he gets to play for even more chips off of the short stack. He's got three and a little bit big blinds, about 3.25. And this will be a lovely spot for the Polishman to find the double up. It's only 185k to call. You can close your eyes and call any two cards essentially. As it comes to this, 200k into 1.4 million.
And call. Showdown, please.
And it's ace-8 versus ace-queen. Kotowitz finding a big hand when he needed it the most. Was going to be going through the blinds within just about 3 hands, and instead, actually only 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 more until he would have had to play the big blind and the big blind ante, which would have been about 2/3 of his stack. Are we going to see any drama on the turn here? The ace-8 with some backdoor straight potential. No, not to be. But the 8 and the 8 only. And it is the 7. So Kotowitz does find the double up, back up to 1.4 million. No elimination for interested onlookers there in Minzaru and Dahlberg, the other 2 short stacks. We do still remain with 7 players left and a payout of 11,300 euros guaranteed for all of those.
My roller, please. Cocktail. Cocktail. Big Barata.
Summer Birdie, welcome to the chat. Thank you very much for joining us here. Drea Carlson's come back again. What happened to Andre to get in the lead? Well, he won a couple of big all-ins, 9s versus aces earlier on, and ever since hasn't looked back.
Awesome pass. Yes, pass. Два pass. 3 pass.
Thanks very much to everyone joining us across the Twitch and YouTube platforms. Small pot there going to Schmitz. And it's now the turn of the chip leader to pay the blind and the ante. As we near the next break, which will be a longer half-an-hour break, giving these players on the final table a chance to collect their thoughts, a chance to get away from the bright lights of the feature table, find some quiet potentially, enjoy a little refreshment and get back to it. Bele here with the ace-10 offsuit will naturally open it up. Goes to 325. Minzaru gets out the way, but Schmitz lurking in the small blind with ace-jack. Does he have any designs on taking this one upstairs? Is he just going to go for the call here? Usually on final tables, as the chip leader, you can be a bit more liberal with your choice of hands to attack the shorter stacks. But he is just going to call with this ace-jack, not wanting to 3-bet fold, allowing the door for some hands to jam in and deny his equity. But he does go to the flop in a dominating situation, and look at this. The Dutchman finds top pair and has Ballet completely outkicked here. Can the Romanian avoid disaster with the ace-10 facing the ace-jack on this rather dry ace-9 deuce? Bet and a call. And about a third pot from the Romanian. Schmitz comes along for the ride. A 9 on the turn. Does slow things down, but it's a jack on the river. And Schmitz now with top 2. Potentially looking to target some hands like kings, queens, tens, ace 5, ace 8 that may check back the turn. So I think we want to be going relatively big here, although thinking about the flop, what hands do we have that could be bluffing here? So
800.
definitely want to allow our opponent no reason to leave or to find a hero fold if you go too big there, and does go for the middling size, the half pot, locks up the call and adds a nice chunk of chips to his stack, bolstering his way up to now 8 million. So 50 big blinds for the Dutchman. Been smooth sailing for him since yesterday. And he is currently second in chips, only best by Andre Berg on his direct left, who is certainly going to cause him some troubles. We know that much. So we do still have time for a couple more hands before the break. And Gab still with the 10s. The Slovakian hopeful. The last remaining Slovakian in the field with 7 left here.
Raise.
Raising it up.
125.
3-2-5 to go. Ballet out the way. Alberg folds. Nothing from Inzario. Schmitz with the King 8 suited. He's out the way. Could be a hand that we elect to peel sometimes on the button versus the shorter stack. We are going to get the benefit of a very honest post-flop display from our opponent. And so sometimes it is in our favor to peel buttons wider when we have, firstly, the chip leader in the small blind, who's going to be a little bit caged, not really able to do too much. And then the benefit of trying to attack some of the boards that Gab still may not connect with. However, the 10s get it through, and it's another pickup for the Slovakian. Currently third in chips.
Raise all in. Pass. 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 Oh.
Dahlberg ripping it in from early position with King 7 of diamonds. A brave play from the Norwegian, and it's going to work out for him. Did not like the prospect of having to go through the blinds in 2 hands' time, and takes a stand on the short stack there. As Minzario and Kotowitz, eager onlookers, don't see any resistance from the rest of the table that they were potentially hoping for. The next pay jump, players currently have 11.3k locked up, and the top 6 will get 14.6, so 3.3 thousand euros will be a hearty jump. Reverse it says, did Berg give Kotowitz 1.01 million when he only had to give him 510 when they were all in? Let's have a look at that, because obviously Kotowitz does get the blinds and the antes as well. He's got 1 million, so that seems about right, because he gets the 80 and the 2 160s from the blinds also.
pass.
Det är nog inte det.
Just having a look into that right now, but I think because Berg wanted to go all in,
Your cara is 320.
wow, I think you're right. I'm going to flag that one up quickly.
Ja, schaft, ja.
Second pass. Second pass.
After this and 30-minute dinner break.
Ready for dinner.
Java is 320. Pass. Pass. Small ball pass. Big one. Call.
Kotowicz opening it up with the King 10, and Minzariu will defend here with King Queen.
Wait, check. There is bet.
We're going to be taking a break here as Paul loses an annoying little niggly pot going into the 30-minute break. We will be back. These guys will leave us and we will be joining the action in about half an hour.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final two flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final two flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees and so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see it. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me believe it. Looking like,
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials, and of course, live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so religious. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you looking like. Baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me over like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a
Yesterday you're getting back all of it.
Today also.
Hello and welcome back for the continued coverage, of course, of the main event final table here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava, Slovakia. Here are your chip counts. Now in order, it is Andre Berg from Norway, the current chip leader with 46 big blinds. Schmitz with 40, Gab still has 28, and then a crop of short stacks there between 12 and under 10 big blinds. It's Paul Minzardiu, the short stack. Will he get an opportunity here? No, Dahlberg's going to be first one past the post. With 9-6 suited, which is a run bad for Paul, as he would have been able to get the jam through with the 8-7. But instead, the Norwegian flies it in with the 9-6. So over to Smits, blind versus blind. Minzardiu now looking for the spin with the short stack. Berg will open it up with the 10 deuce, looking to apply some pressure onto the Dutchman, but surely 10-9 of diamonds not going to be going anywhere here. Folds the 10-9, not looking to tangle at all.
Your button is over there.
Very tight and conservative play. So Gab still now ace-9 of hearts. And about 27.5 big blinds. He's going to be up against Minzardiu, and all of a sudden we have an elimination that could be fatal for the Romanian. Can Minzardiu find it with the Queen Jack? Oh, he's just flopped stone dead. Just having a little laugh, but hang on. 7 or a Jack. To be
Always win. Always win.
spirited effort there from Paul. didn't have an awful lot to work with on the final table. A lot of things just didn't go his way. Even those small things there, like Dahlberg taking the 9-6 suited on the button for no reason when he would have got the shove through with the 8-7. These sort of changes in momentum can be fatal.
Service. The Corona.
Your favorite drink, yeah? Two Corona. Your favorite drink.
Corona. I like Corona.
10 now for Dahlberg with 10 bigs. Six-handed now as the 6 remaining players get that jump up to 14,600 euros. Gab still with the ace-king. Facing this open from Schmitz from the cutoff. What sizing do we go for here? 30 big blinds or so effective. Jamming seems a bit of an overplay with a hand as strong as ace-king. A little bit deeper now. So I think something like, wow, just a call. Wasn't expecting that. But look at this, he's going to find the action underrepresenting his hand pre-flop. And all of a sudden, Schmitz now finds an open endo with Gab still top pair, top kicker. Could see a check raise here on the flop, having slow played pre. But continuing to lay the trap. Just calls. Jack on the turn may slow things down somewhat. Let's see if Schmitz has any designs on firing this one through. Look at this run out. The nuts straight for Schmitz on the river. Gabstill's going to think he's got the absolute nuts himself. Having slow played ace-king pre-flop. And all of a sudden, you could be seeing a big pot emerging here. Gab still checks. Wanting to allow his opponent to represent that ace. Gives the option available for hands like 8-7, hands like 10-9, 10-8. Potentially some low pocket pairs to turn themselves into a bluff. It's absolutely snap called. And the 1 million bet of Schmitz paid off by Gabstill. Playing it slow, and unfortunately the trap fails to work out on the river as his opponent rivers a straight. Dahlberg going to jam it in with the ace-9 of spades. Yeah, you guys are onto something in the YouTube chat. We are investigating that in the background at the moment. I do believe there may have been an inconsistency with a potential dealer error and payout issue. We'll get the information for you as it develops. As of now, we're going to continue with the play. Dahlberg gets the jam through. Happy to see a bunch of folds.
Sedím race. 4, 4.
Schmitz with the sevens, coming into his own here. Picking up a few nice pots, especially the benefactor of the Rivered Straight versus Gab still there. And Bele folds the Queen Jack suited. 10 bigs in the small. No rejam from him as Dahlberg as well. Waves the white flag. So look at this. We've got a pretty interesting stack distribution here. You've got Schmitz and Berg running the show. Then you've got Gab still somewhere in the middle of the pack. And then 3 short stacks, Dahlberg, Bele, and Kotowitz. Bele going to jam from the button. Is Schmitz going to have anything to fight with in the big blind? Ace 9. I think that's going to be a call. Cards are going to be on their backs here. 10 big blinds, actually less. It's 9.5 bigs going in from the Romanian. And Schmitz in the big blind with the Ace 9 suited. He's making a bit of a song and dance of it, but it's a pretty clear call. Not just we could see, because we can see that Bele's got King 10, but you know, he's going to be jamming offsuit broadways, pairs, worse ace-x. We definitely have enough chips behind to justify what he seems to think is a thin call. There go the chips, and the cards are on their backs here. Bit of a slow roll from Schmitz, Bele may think. And so with 6 left here, eyes on the Romanian. Can he get the job done? Needing a king or a 10 to stay alive. There is the king high board, but there's 2 9s on there as well. Trips for Schmitz. And now only left with 2 remaining kings in the deck. And he needs 1 shot to find it. Is it going to be a king? No, the Jack of Spades completes the board. Schmitz with the elimination will now be our chip leader with 60 big blinds. The Dutchman finds the elimination there as Bele hits the rail in 6th for 14,600 euros. The remaining players have guaranteed themselves 19,700 euros, so the pay jumps are getting absolutely spectacular at this stage. Well over 5,000 euros is the jump for the bystanders of that last all-in. Dahlberg, Kotowitz, of course, will be most thankful for that one. Kotowitz is going to take his time for a shove. Don't think Schmitz is going to be looking him up with the Jack 9, so it's over to Berg in the big blind. And he's going to muck the 10-7, so another nice pickup for the Polish player there. Schenkel92 joining us in the chat. Welcome, welcome, sir. Good news for you as 2 out of the last remaining 5 players, as of course you may have seen, are Norwegian. Dahlberg and Berg. Berg, since winning 9s versus aces against Gabstill earlier on in the final table, hasn't looked back and has been the driving force for most of the action. Gabstill under the gun. 23 big blinds, going to open it up with the ace-10 offsuit, of course. Now 5-handed, of course, the big blind ante. Getting very significant and a good spot for the Norwegian here. Dahlberg finding the ace-king, but look at this. Schmitz, the Dutchman, lurking behind on the button with pocket jacks. Could it be the end for the run of Halvor Dahlberg?
1,975,000.
Rather unlikely that we see Schmitz put those jacks into the muck. Eyeing up the stack of Berg here. But really, how often is Berg going to come into play when it goes raise, jam, and then whatever he does, any kind of action just looks so strong. He's going to shove. Not taking any chances. I think I may have found just a cold call there and got it in with Gabstill, and not sure what I'd have done against Berg, but regardless, here we are. Ace King versus Jacks. Can those Jacks find a hold to send another player home in quick succession here? Dahlberg looking for some backdoor equity, doesn't find it on the 4 of clubs, and it's down to the river. Ace or a king to stay alive. 5 of diamonds rolls off there, and that will be Halvor Dahlberg eliminated in 5th place for 19,700 euros. A great run. And I think the biggest score by quite some margin on his Hendon Mob resume. All right, Jack says, good luck for final table players. Oh, that's interesting, because 9-9 is actually the Bratislava nuts as well. So many all-ins. When I was playing the tournaments in Bratislava, 9s couldn't lose.
I wasn't sure if I'm going to go or not.
And it holds true today. So down to 4. We have Andre Berg of Norway. Yep, Schmitz knocking back the Coronas like they're going out of fashion from the Netherlands. Matusz Gabstill, of course, the hometown hero from Slovakia, and Sebastian Kotowicz, the Pole, on the short stack at the moment, so all eyes on him. And here he's got ace-jack. Blind versus blind. With this big blind ante, will he risk a trap, or will he just send it in? Conventionally, I think just open jamming seems to be the way to go. Ooh, King 7 suited. We do call for chips. That's glaringly obvious, but 4 left. With that 25% ante essentially in play for each player. The calling range, even with ICM considerations, should widen somewhat. Can we fold a hand as strong as King 7 suited? I'm not sure. Versus the 10 big blind jam. Kotowicz will certainly have hands like 7-6 suited, 8-7 suited, 9-7 suited, 10-7 suited. King 5 off. Lots of pairs. Yep, Gab still does make the call. Can't fault him for that one. I think it is probably the way to go. Tough to say. But the call is made and the cards are on their backs here. 40-60 for the Slovakian, 60-40 for the Polishman. Jack high board. Great start for Kotowitz and no diamond, but some backdoor straight draw potential. The diamond arriving a little too late for Gabsdill. Needs a king. Not to be. So a double up for Kotowitz. Gets himself up to 4.2 million as Gabsdill is left now on the short stack with about 10 bigs to his name.
Dat kan ik jou vertellen. $1.4.
English.
1.4. Big line.
Gabsdill with the Queen Jack finds a nice spot, blind versus blind, four-handed. Feels like the absolute nuts looking down at two Broadway cards, sub 10 big blinds, with only one player to get through. Does shove. And Schmitz will not be able to find much resistance here with his 7-3. It's going to hit the muck, and the Slovakians on the rail go wild.
Gewoon iemand die gelijk maakt. Wat gaat die maken?
Daar is geen niet op.
Wat vindt hier? Kijk, dan kom ik die kant op hoor.
Dikke duik.
Small line.
Sounds like it might be Gabsdill's friend David Urban, who also made a deep run in this tournament. Was in the thick of things on the day two. Couldn't find his way to the final table, of course. We are down to 4. Gabsdill now should have more than the 1.9 million as advertised, as he's just won 400k and had that before, but it's going to jam the Jack 10.
Possible get a sweat.
Berg with the 9-6, lets it go.
Looks good.
Six of diamonds behind.
Another 6.
Yeah. Six suited.
Gabsdill now, again, I think the chips are slightly out. He's got a bit more than the 2.4. I think he's got about 2.9. It's going to fold. Praying for some kind of collision behind between the other guys. And Kotowitz with 5 deuce. Simply no choice but to muck it and fight another day. Kottowitz is going to complete his option with the 7-3 here. Oh no, actually he opened it up. Putting some pressure on the shorter stack, although as Gab still is 4 out of 4 here, not that much of an ICM pressure on him. Just happy to take whatever spot comes. So a little bit of an out of line ISO there, or raise first in I should say. GG to Halvor Dahlberg, exactly. He put up a spirited effort. Certainly wasn't afraid to bust. Got the chips in on a couple of times. Quite aggressively as Kottowitz with the ace deuce. Likely to open it up to 400. And Schmidt's looking interested, the Dutchman in the big blind. With that towering stack of 14 million to his name.
Put your cards on the box.
Sorry.
Does have Jack 9, so it does feel like quite a natural defend.
Heads up. Check. Stadium check. Give you number 3. Family. Stadium call.
Kottowitz continuing with ace deuce, and Schmitz comes along for the ride with the backdoor and some clean side cards for 2 pair. Not folding versus the small bet. Does Kottowitz now look to do anything with his ace high, or just simply navigate it to showdown? Going for the second barrel by the looks of things, with the worst ace, potentially designed to put pressure on a hand like ace 10, ace 9, ace 8. We do know from his previous post-flop adventures that he does tend to like to put his foot on the gas at any juncture. But this bet does seem a little bit mergy. I think hands like 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Calling. Stadium
Wow! What on earth is going on here? Schmitz just check rips it. We've seen Schmitz play an interesting game. He's made some really tight folds, and then he's made a couple of plays like this that have just been beyond belief. Look at that. Rips it in with the Jack 9. Not worried about any pocket pairs in his opponent's range. Not concerned about the quads. Not concerned about anything. Just beating to the sound of his own drum. And fires it through with the Jack 9. You've got to give him credit there where credit's due. That's a lot of bravery shown from the Dutchman.
So now you feel unbeatable.
Yes. Yeah.
I can feel it.
Even I'm too far from him.
Can I pass?
No.
No pass.
Schmitz with the queen deuce,
Stadium call.
riding the wave of momentum. up to 16 million, so he's got 80 big blinds at this stage of the tournament. A rather enviable spot to be in. Gets a pretty favorable run out for potentially betting, although Queen Deuce does have some showdown, of course. So he does go for the check, but allowing Berg to catch up in the form of third pair on the turn. Schmidt's going to have any designs on using that Queen of Diamonds for some future blocker type play. Instead, just knuckling it over and now playing the guessing game out of position. As Berg goes for quite a meaty size here, 250 into 600, and takes it down.
Good to know.
Good to know. Like, no 900?
Sorry?
No 900 race?
Not yet.
How much you have? 2.8.
Ik wil die beweging doen, maar ik kan niet weten.
So Schmidt's going to continue to lean on the shorter stacks here with the 9-6. Berg gets out the way, and Kotowitz now in the big blind. The spot that he was looking for, really, with the 10s. Having just come unstuck somewhat with the double barrel. Finding an ace deuce, second barrel, getting shoved on king, king, 3, king. And being shown jack 9. Schmidt's taking a bit of TV time with the 9-6. Not likely to see him continue.
And 50. 1,450,000.
And his cards do, of course, find the muck. So a nice pickup for the pole. Schmidt's continuing to lean with the 5s opening in the cutoff. Berg out the way, and Kotowitz once again finds a spot to get some chips back from his newly acquired arch nemesis. Glancing over at Schmidt's. And we'll be putting the chips in with this ace king here, 16 big blinds. Will Schmidt's find the call with the pocket 5s here? Hoping to find hands like an ace deuce suited, an ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, pocket 4s. But also cooked versus, of course, the overpairs to the 5. Lots of flips available as well. Does his opponent have a 3-bet non-all-in range? These are the questions to ask. Off of 16, tough to say. If anyone's capable, it seems like it would be Kotowitz. Does like to employ the pre-flop aggression. Schmidt's looks in a world of hurt here with these 5s. 16.5 bigs. So he's got to call 14.5.
Okay.
He's going to gamble. Fives versus ace king here. He finds the flip that he was hoping for. And it's going to be 55-45 in favor of the Dutchman, as Matus Gabstil heads to the rail to sweat the all-in with his Slovakian friends. And it's clean so far. Can Katowice find an ace or a king? That is a 9, so one card and one card only for the Polish man. Oh, it's a king on the river. Sebastian Katowice
Fleet master.
makes it dramatic for us on the rail as he saves all of his run good up for the river card and hits it to his delight. And now what could have been a momentous swing once again in favor of the Dutchman. Schmitz would have been having one hand on the trophy at that stage, you feel, and now instead has to lose in the most sickening fashion possible. Clean as day until the river, until the king strikes. Not sure what he's looking for. Maybe feels a bit light on the foot after about 8 Coronas.
It was not complaining.
He's changing chair. The run good of that last one has clearly evaporated, he thinks.
It was close. Yeah.
He's going to switch up the game plan.
Yeah, I think so.
A walk from Gabstil, at least. Softens the blow ever so slightly.
Ikke bare 5 han sto. Hva synd ikke 5 han sto.
Wil jij nog zijn?
Katowice opening it up with the ace-5 now in the cutoff and seeing a defend from Berg. So we do go heads up to a flop and it is favorable for the Polishman. Flopping top pair. Follows it up with a little serve and volley of his own and gets the job done. LFG Sebastian says Adam Baradzic in the chat. Thanks for joining and welcome to the final 4 coverage here of the main event. €550 buy-in, 500k prize pool. All remaining players have locked themselves up a rather healthy payday of €27,700 with a 50k jump or so between 4th and 1st. So all to play for here. Gabstil now on the short stack, ace-4, going through the blinds next hand, and of course the ante. You feel like it simply has to go. For his 7 big blinds. I think he's got a little bit more. Yeah, so it's 3 stacks of 500 that he's put in there, and Graphics say 1.4, but we can see he's got 1.5 plus a little bit of change. But regardless of that, gets a pivotal shove through.
Ja. Det är det. Lucky lead.
Kým sa vlastne to spýta, aj nemusíš ani rátať. Kým sa niekto nespýta, nemusíš ani rátať. Aha, je friend. Ja, okej, sorry.
Så Liverpool overvant.
Play continuing on the final table. Back over to Smits, still the chip leader, despite a little dent. And it's a fresh Corona.
2-2. Wow. Fuck.
Awesome.
Wow, Gab still finding the aces here. Blind versus blind. Aces versus ace-10 suited. And look at this. The Slovakian. Not even going to witness it at the table. Off to cheer on the double up with his friends on the rail. Clean as a whistle as he comes back to count out the double up. And by the looks of it, he's actually got around about 1 point.
Yeah, I won with aces.
Maybe almost over 2 million there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 2.2 million.
How do you get so many aces?
It was four days ago. But then you were down very short, you were, right?
After that, again,
Huge for Slovakian fans on the rail.
yeah,
As Matusz Gab still lives to fight another day once again.
Yeah, but
It's been a swingy final table for him, of course. Holding those aces versus the nines of Andre Berg earlier. Seeing a 9 on the flop, couldn't find a way out of that one. Then, if you recall yesterday,
after the
should
first
I
one,
say,
was like,
earlier
I
on
was
today
like,
it was, on
check
the
the second one.
final 2 tables, pocket threes, calling a small 3-bet versus the Macedonian Bojanowski, and turning a set where his opponent turned a pair and a flush draw. The money went in, Gab still faded the diamond, so definitely some fortune there riding in favor of the Slovakian. And once again, picking up a huge hand here with ace-queen. Going to limp, trying to induce a raise out of the big stack, but Schmitz, he's seen it all before. Isn't going to commit any chips at this stage. Checks it on back, no equity for Schmitz on the flop here, just a complete swing and a miss for the Dutchman, and Gab still picks up yet another pot.
Yeah, it was 400.
All of the medium stacks picking up big hands at the moment. Kotowitz this time with the queens. Schmitz, ace-3 suited, will defend the small blind. And Berg, why not? Comes along for the ride with the jack-8 of diamonds. So 3 ways to a flop, not ideal for those queens. King high board, 3 ways. Berg has middle pair. Complete swing and a miss for Smits. Let's go check, check, check. Kotowitz giving some respect to the two rangers that have decided to continue. Schmitz with that kind of sideways point, as if to say, I'm done. Let's see if Berg's going to do anything with his second pair here. He goes for 450 into 1.4. Should be quite an easy continue for the queens here. We beat value. All sorts of good things can happen. And a great river for the Polishman. Will Berg now feel as though his 8 is good here and try to target hands like ace-5, ace-6, 7s. Gets absolutely snapped, and he's going to see the bad news here, as Kotowitz will take it down with the queens. Bad run out for Berg. Again going for the thin value, and again value cutting himself. He's not been scared to try and go for the thin value, so you've got to give him credit where credit's due. He's certainly been one of the players looking to seek extra chips in just about every situation possible. And on this occasion, it's not worked out for him, as Kotowitz was, of course, in there lurking with the monster pre-flop.
Ja.
Guys want to check numbers just in case or no?
We can have a look.
Yeah, wait. Oh, okay. Yep.
Just did.
So,
You want to check the numbers?
Checking is always good.
yeah.
You want to check the
A
numbers?
couple of players asking, do they fancy checking the numbers? Seems good. With Schmitz, the current chip leader.
You don't have to, sorry. It was just a question.
Gabstil going to exit the negotiations for the time being, as he's got a hand here in the cutoff. Will open. Gets a couple of folds, and let's see what Kotowitz has got here. Queen 3. Pretty good price. It does cover his opponent. So at this stage in the tournament, looking to take the healthy odds awarded to him pre-flop, and does come out on top here. Queen high board, backdoor flush draw as well, so very decent flop for the Polishman. Scab still sees a rainbow disconnected-ish flop and feels compelled to follow it up with a bet. Jack on the turn improves Gabstil to second pair. Couple of schools of thought here. Going for another continuation, giving us the option to check back the river. Gets value from hands like 6-8, 7x, but checking back. Also a fairly shrewd play, with the intention of calling the river and now allowing some of those missed straight draws or potential weaker showdown value hands to turn themselves into a bluff. Kotowitz will not be happy with the emergence of the ace on the river, likely to check. And it does go check, check, so Kotowitz is going to take this one down and will be happy not to face a large river bet versus Gabstil on the ace. blinds are up. I think it's 125, 250 now. And the current average stack is 7.4 million, so around about 29 big blinds as the average.
7-4.
Berg has less than that,
Somebody's 500.
but will fancy his chances with King 7 suited on the button, of course. And Kotowitz with the Jack 10. Is he going to go for a jam here?
You would call.
Just a call. He is 20 or so big blinds effective with the button and 16 with the big blind. I think jamming there would be the play, considering the big blind ante, considering
Never check.
the amount of folds he can force Berg to make with Gab still sat there shorter in the big blind. However, calling certainly not out of the question either, and does get to the flop in a good situation for him here. Flopping top pair with that backdoor flush draw, whereas Berg left with an overcard to the board,
Awesome, guys. 400.
backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw of his own.
You would call.
450 into 1550 from Berg, gets a relatively quick call from Kotowitz, and no additional equity for the Norwegian on the turn.
You would check.
Will he start to fire going into the no equity turn barrels? Still beats a couple of hands, maybe a Queen 9 suited or a Queen Jack. So definitely not a zero pot share here.
Also check.
However, what hands can he look to target is his question, and he feels like there aren't enough weak holdings in there that beat the King 7 right now that he could maneuver out of there on that relatively dry 3 turn card.
Our table is boring.
Kotowitz, though, sees the green light, facing the turn check back
Good night,
to go
guys.
for a river value bet of his own.
David's the fiddle set. 950.
Goes for 950. Sort of 40% sizing. Do tend to see smaller sizes used on final tables in general, as they carry the same efficiency as the larger bet would in a chip EV format, and regardless gets the job done.
Also 4.
Kotowitz on the button with the ace-jack. Very happy to engage into battle. And Schmitz may be able to offer some action here as Kotowitz looks to chip away at that chip lead and is given the opportunity to do so here. Schmitz defending his 10-7.
Chin line. Never check.
Action going check on the flop. Schmitz with that gutter ball. Does he start to pounce on some hands like ace 5, ace 7, king 5 that could potentially have checked back. He doesn't, and of course Kotowitz with the trap check back here with ace jack. Both designed to pot control versus potential 9x lurking in our opponent's range, but also somewhat disguise the strength of our hand. Allowing us to play the 2-street game versus the chip leader, not looking to overcommit, not looking to face a check raise, barrel off, for example. So nicely maneuvered there by the Polishman. Gab still on the button, 10-3 of hearts, not quite what he was looking for. Let's see if Smits is going to pounce on that shorter stack of Berg lurking in the blind. He's going to shove. Quite a big shove. 17 big blinds effective. We can't see his cards as he's not put them in the reader.
And check your cards. Because only good.
Still unable to see what Schmitz is piling in here, blind versus blind, unfortunately, but Berg not interested with the king 8, of course. Still interested in making that ladder as Gab still sits there across from him at the other side of the table with the shorter stack.
Oh, no zdrowie.
Nee, doe ik niet. Mama zit ook te kijken. Ja, boeien.
Schmitz with these 9s. Opens it up on the button as he would with a much wider range than such a strong holding. And Kotowitz getting this price, a huge ante in play as well, is going to defend somewhat stubbornly with the Jack 7. Swing and a miss for both players. 2 overcards to the 9s of Schmitz. I think it was King 10-6 or King 10-7, I believe. Yeah, King 10-6. So Kotowitz is in fact pairless on King 10-6-4, I believe. And Schmitz takes it down with the delayed c-bet. So action still very much rampant here in the 4-handed duel, but no eliminations for a while now. We did see somewhat of a flurry between 7 and 4 left, where a few short stacks hanging on for dear life that could not find the double. But both Kotowitz and Gabstill have certainly been short at some stages and have managed to battle themselves back in, so it's just the way the cookie crumbles on these final tables. Gotta hang on in there Do the best job you can of playing the distribution that is given to you. Does go check, check. Kotowitz seeing a cheap flop with the 10-8. Not the best board to stab. Will hit this check back range quite hard.
Yeah, but last time you said bet 275.
He's not interested though. He's looking to lean on some of these types of hands, the jack highs, the queen highs. Does get a call from Gabstill with the queen high and the back door. Straight draw. Turns a gut shot now, and Kotowitz, we've seen time and time again, he does not like to give up post flop, no matter what his equity is, but now starting to maybe learn from his past misdemeanors. Does wave the white flag. Giving respect to Gabstill's big blind range, which certainly includes a lot of deuce and 4x. And it goes check, check, and Gabstill will take it with the queen high. No fight back from Kotowitz on the river, facing the turn check back. And the Slovakian with a nice little pot there to keep his head firmly above water.
Discounter, sir.
Okay, I try.
Looks like Kotowitz is opening into the chip leader's big blind here. Struggling with the whole cards at the moment. Sometimes on these feature tables, when the cards have been used for a decent period of time, they start to lose the scannability for the RFID, sorry. This is why potentially we're not seeing always the information for the likes of Kotowitz and Schmidt, as Gabstill will fire in the majority of his stack with the ace-9, facing the button open of Kotowitz, who's certainly been shown to be pretty wide in these spots. Opening a lot of buttons, putting a lot of pressure on. And does steam it through. Happy days for the Slovakian. Nice little pickup there. Folds to Gabstill. Don't think he's going to be doing anything with 9-6 off. Once again, Schmitz eyeing up the stack of Andre Berg. And with the ace, you do feel like the all-in is somewhat of a formality. He's going to shove. Can the Norwegian find something here? No. 15 big blinds. No good with the queen 6. And Schmitz takes down another pot. Capsule this time with ace-5 certainly seems a little bit more of an attractive proposition than the 9-6 in the last hand.
Second base 500.
But he does fold, allowing Schmitz to do the work for him, potentially. And nothing for Berg in the small, so it's over to Kotowitz. This one will get checked down to the river, and the arrival of the straight potentially gives Kotowitz the opportunity to take this one away. Checking down all the way. Kotowitz had a turned pair that was good for a moment before the 7 gives both players half the pot. Schmitz once again with the chip lead, leaning on the shorter stacks here. We know Kotowitz likes to take these spots. Very much a pre-flop battler, likes to use these aces or these offsuit ace-x's. Just a 3-bet bluff. Is he going to find another one here? It's definitely been the theme of his game so far at the final table, and here it is. Goes to 1.4, so a fairly meaty 4x 3-bet. Putting pressure on the superior ace-x of Schmitz. Will he be able to find a resistance here? Another pot taken down by the Polishman, who's fought back from dust to get into the last 4 here with a huge stack. Now second in chips when he had 3 big blinds around about 2 hours ago.
No discounts.
Yeah, very good.
Really big discount. Black Friday.
Oké, dankjewel hè.
Dat stream is, moet ik met een half uur vragen posten. Dus ik ga even op mijn kamer zo kijken en weet ik ook wat ik erop zal zetten.
Groot gelijk.
Maar als je wint, kom ik zeker nog even.
Gezellig, dan drink ik er eentje. Hey, bedankt hè.
King 8 for Gabstill. Just south of 20 big blinds. With the chip leader and the small blind. Does seem a decent candidate. But just lets it go. Wants to allow the collision between Smits and Berg once again.
No, it's okay.
It's going to be about the third time in a row in this confrontation that Smits has found the small blind jam. And Berg, can he find anything? Deuces now. Ooh, that is a grim one. He is dominated by his opponent. And the issue here is that he's by no means dead last, so there's a little bit of pressure on him. You have to hope that your opponent is going to show up with these Queen Deuce, Jack Deuce suited. How wide of a range is your opponent taking in this spot? The looser it is, the better for the deuces. And it is the third time in a row. He does let it go. I think a wise fold.
Two deuces. According threes. According threes.
According trees.
Yes. Don't read it loud, forget what the speed is.
Gab still out the way. Looking to allow Schmitz to do the work for him once again. And Berg, with the King 7 here, has 14 big blinds with that big ante in play as well. 25% ante, but Kotowitz finds ace 9. And this will certainly be a call, and the cards will be on their backs. Can Berg find a way out of this 64-36?
3,154 showdown. 3,150. That's a slow roll. 5 seconds, no. 30 seconds.
Berg saying that's a slow roll. Bad vibes. And looks like he's getting punished for it at the moment. It's fairly reasonable to allow people just that little bit of extra time on such big Euro swings. However, a king or a 7 for Berg, no. Not finding it, and the elimination, unfortunately, for the Norwegian fans in the chat does arrive for their last remaining hopeful. Andre Berg hits the rail in 4th.
Do we have something like 4?
4-6. But I'm going to book on the big lines, so a little bit less.
Hoeveel ik heb?
No?
Bijna 12. 11 en een beetje. Ja, ik meer.
So down to 3. And the info you're looking for is that all players have locked up 37,600 euros now, with a round about a 40k pay jump between 3rd and 1st. 2nd will get 53.1k. No utterance of any deals as of yet. Gab still checking back the Queen 10 suited, facing the small blind limp. Happy to take a flop. Doesn't want to raise call. Jamming seems a bit of a waste of the hand. Does find some equity here in the form of top pair and a great spot versus Kotowitz, who has a gut shot and surely won't be going anywhere. He does just check fold the flop though, not interested. Versus a bit of a size up there from Gab still. We are left with Matus Gabsdil from Slovakia, Jaap Schmitz from the Netherlands, and of course Sebastian Kotowitz from Poland, who has fought his way back into this final table, reckoning rather valiantly. Gabsdil in the small has 20 big blinds with his ace-4. Will go for the limp. Guessing the option is going to be to limp jam if he faces a raise. But Schmitz has other ideas, checking back the suited queen. Gabsdil will check call the stab from Schmitz. Any theatrics here? Well, the four-liner does arrive on the turn. And there is the 5. So both players playing the board here. Straights available. Is Schmitz going to turn this lowly bottom pair into a bluff? I think it would seem quite prudent at this stage. Facing the line from Gabsdil, he's going to have way more straights in his range. Can he find a big bet here?
Check. Check short.
Straight.
Nope. So it's going to go check, check on the river, and both players once again going to chop it up.
Guys, can we make like a 1 minute break for the toilet? Yeah. If you're okay. Yeah?
It's okay.
Yeah. 3 minutes break?
Warm
Yeah. Can you have a break? 2-3 minutes.
Hoef ik je niet te pissen?
Okie then, these guys are going to take a quick toilet break, and we'll be back very shortly. Thanks for joining us here at the festival. Continued coverage of three-handed in the main event will continue shortly.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me believe it. Looking like.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pysing took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up. Welcome back to the penultimate day of the festival series Bratislava. Right behind me the lines are forming. It's the big day 2 in the main event. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday's action. It was time to take our players outside the casino though. It's time for the annual Christmas market Bratislava. Our players had a little competition to find the best food and the best small gifts for each other. So we enjoyed the holiday spirit before coming back to the casino. And here it was time for the Queen's event. Ladies for the win. And all the way to second place, Britt Robertson from Norway, who took down the photo competition to win her seat here. The Sweden, ever so popular, final table and play down to the winner. Aki Pising took this one down too. He took the horse the other day and now double winner. The main event then, the final 2 flights, and now they're coming back today, forming behind me to get ready, go for the big one. It's a 500k guarantee. Final table tomorrow. Follow all the actions on our socials and of course live streamed on Twitch as well. Keep up.
Hello and welcome back. So what was advertised as just a 3-minute break ended up being a little bit longer between these guys. As you can imagine, tensions are high. Stacks between 20 and 50 big blinds also at this stage in the tournament. And it's over to Gab still with the 20 big blinds. He was quite patient when we still had Andre Berg, who got quite short, allowing the chip leader to do the work, but now springing into life, knowing that he needs to start fighting a little bit more for these blinds and antes, as they are going to come around even quicker. Now Schmitz here with Sebastian Kotowitz behind.
1.8.
He's going to go for the 3-bet with the 5s. With the idea of, I guess, getting it in versus Gab still and folding to any future action from Kotowitz. Does feel like the game is up for Gab still, and his cards hit the muck.
You have a better reel. You have a better reel.
2 against 1.
I'm jealous. That's
2 against 1, yeah. Big words.
Yeah, that's true. But
Guys, wake up. We wake up when we got something real good.
Oh,
shot fired.
Matus and Yep seem happy to engage in a little bit of chitty chatty, but strictly business for Sebastian Kotowitz here. Limping in blind versus blind. Gab still has the ace-7. Does he check this one back as he did with the ace-deuce a bit earlier on? I think likely just to send this one in. Kotowitz follows suit with a fold of his own. Is that Yap going for yet another Corona? Has the beer fund in the back pocket by the looks of it, and has locked up 37,600, so plenty more where they came from. Heads up, opponents will be guaranteed 53.1k, and of course the winning lion's share of the prize pool.
Wear them if you want, don't wear them.
77,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dat is een mooi pet. Dat is een mooi pet, ja. Dat is een mooi pet.
That's what we want to see here. Okay, fine, that's for you. Yeah, that's the guy. It's still going.
There's some Christmas cheer from our very own Lemon Poker there, bringing some hats. Only Smith's deciding to sport his. And it's ace-7 offsuit for Kotowitz. Opens, Gab still jams for 19 big blinds. Schmitz is an interested onlooker here, but you do feel the hand just a little bit too weak to consider anything.
4,750,000.
Considering Kotowitz is not exactly uncapped himself, he's still going to have a lot of strong hands here that he may want to see the Polishman meet the all-in of Gab still, but it's been good work from Matus. Ah, we lost the hat. It's a shame. Festival hats for the remaining 3 players. Gab still, King 4 offsuit, just mucks it. Smiths does have the advantage over Kotowitz in terms of the chip stack, although it is slightly narrow. Both players with 44 big blinds effective here. I feel Kotowitz is going to look to isolate the ace-9 here, first facing the limp, considering how wide the limp will come due to the big blind ante, of course. We're playing, in effect, a 33% ante at this stage, so Schmidt's highly incentivized to defend the small blind and will have lots of limps with all kinds of weak holdings that Kotowitz looks to seek value from. Going for a smallish size, sub 3 bigs. Gets a call and a spirited / friendly dark check from Kotowitz. Ace 8-3. Don't think the Queen 10 should be going anywhere just yet, despite having, of course, undercards to the ace, but facing this small bet would be a little bit weak considering the blind versus blind battle to go about folding Queen High with backdoor straight draws. But he does let it go. Doesn't fancy battling versus the Polishman.
Fijn, jij zit te stellen bij iemand.
Yeah, absolutely. Sebastian Kotowitz has really been around the block for the local scene here in Slovakia, plying his trade, doing extremely well. He's notched up a whole heap of cashes over the last couple of years, grinding the live tournaments, both the smaller high rollers, the big main events, just about anything with the buy-in of over sort of 200 euros, he's in there. He is 55th on the all-time money list for Poland. And if you go to his Hender mob, which I'm looking at now, it's just an absolute string of cashes since 2022, early on in the year, where he started with the smaller events, the 100s, the 150s, the 225s, the 100s, and has since grown himself up, moved up in stakes, I should say, and is starting to contend not only just in Slovakia, but in some of the bigger events elsewhere. A couple of EPT cashes in EPT Prague last year. And lots of medium cashes this year. Lots of 4K, 13K, 3K, etc. Biggest cash so far this year, obviously monstrously eclipsed by this one, was a 14K cash in the Scandinavian Poker Championship, coming fourth in the main event for 13,500 euros. So Gab still here, ace 4 off. Could this be the defining moment for the Slovakian? He is going to fire it in versus the aggressive button open of Katowice, and unfortunately on this occasion runs into some bad news as Sebastian Katowice looks to get it heads up here with ace king versus ace 4. Gab still having lost aces versus nines, now flops a 4. Huge for Gab still. Needs to fade a king. A king and a king only will eliminate Matus Gabstil. Looking hot coming into the river, but it's another king on the river for Katowice. He found the king on the river with ace king versus 5s earlier on versus Jaap Schmitz. Now finds the king to find the resuck out versus Matus Gabstil. Some respect shown between the two players there as we do move into this heads-up match. And I think we're just going to take a little bit of time to jig up the table here and move everything across. So we will be back very shortly. Stay tuned for the heads-up coverage of the main event final table. We'll be back very shortly.
Anything?
You will go on.
Yeah.
Okay guys, you just a little bit move you, sir.
No,
Sir,
Yeah.
we'll go here on 6-3.
ostane na osmičke, či dáme na sedmičku? No, dobre. So you will be here now. Okay.
Voor mij wil hij toch niet.
Dit is hier?
Yes, on 7.
Ja, hij wel een dubbele van mij. Ja.
Powiedz im, že movujeme 3 a 7, hej?
Ja, nee, maar dat gaat hij sowieso niet doen.
Let.
Ik dacht
3 a
misschien
7
zeg maar
idu,
voor
hej?
iets minder, dat
3
je een
a
beetje
7
naar elkaar
idu.
doen, maar dat gaat hij toch niet doen.
Ja, jasne, dobre.
Ešte im prevrátame steky raz. 7,
Yeah, that's your thing, huh? It's the second time. Otherwise you're long gone to where do you live? I had yesterday the 3 against the 7s.
7/7/125.
Potom bude na sedmičke.
Sekundu.
Budeš znamená?
Potom.
Potom? Dobre.
Kde bol teraz button? Posledný handu.
U mňa byl button, tu.
U teba button, on bol malý, na malom vypadol, hej?
Tak.
On bol veľký. Button ide... Button bude mŕtva pozícia ostane. Hej, mŕtva malý veľký. Mŕtva pozícia ostane. Na ňom by mal byť na dvojke, hej?
He's not button?
Sorry?
Basically he is.
But I'm the small blind.
No, button is on his dead position. On
So I'm the small
you are
blind?
small, big, yeah.
Yeah, alright.
Okay, guys. Also, small information in the heads up. The next level we play half time. Yeah, it will be 25 minutes long. Yeah.
Okay.
Vamos.
Sme ready?
18.
Możemy? Okay, guys. Then congratulations to the heads up. Blinds 125, 250, big blind 250, and all cards in the air.
Good luck.
Come on, Miguel.
Kijk, daar kan ik er open gooien.
Alright, so I need to do something.
Het enige grote probleem is dat ik het echt geen reet aan vind. Ja, dat meen ik oprecht. En ik ben een slecht in ook nog.
So it's certainly been conflicting stories between the two in terms of the narratives making it all the way to the heads up. Sebastian Kotowitz had to fight back from the short stacks so many occasions and does come into the heads up with the chip lead. Was down to about 3 big blinds when he doubled through Andre Berg, who ended up busting in 4th place, the Norwegian.
Ja, normalnie teraz.
Hey. No, wait a
it's
minute.
my
You
bet,
were
right?
small. You were small
I was
blind.
small.
No, yeah, and now you are big blind.
Oké, strange.
Big blind, 2 times.
No, he was that
And as for
position
Jaap
button.
Smits, he's been
Small blind, you
chip
were
leader
big
for
blind.
most of the final table,
Oké.
having found the huge double elimination towards the end of day 2, actually the final hand of day 2 last night, where he found kings in the big blind facing already a jam and a repush versus sevens and ace queen. A clean board meant that he went into the day 3 with a powerhouse stack and now has a tough opponent in Katowice, local player to deal with.
1.5.
Smits will take it down with the 3-bet there, mixing it up a bit. Four deuce offsuit here with the big blind ante in play. Not looking to usually fold much on the button, but if ever there's a candidate, it would be that one. Good evening to you, Roning. Thanks for joining us here at the Heads Up. Playing for the winning share of 77,000 euros. Both players have locked up 53,100. Action continues here with Kotowitz holding the ace-4.
It's a selim race bet.
1.5.
1.5.
We're going to be seeing potentially a 3-bet pot here unless Kotowitz has any designs on 4-betting the ace-4. Options on the table here. Fold, call, or 4-bet non-all-in. Certainly all available. Does find the call with the ace. Facing the 3x 3-bet. Not a particularly large sizing from Schmitz. And this could be a big pot at the start of the heads-up bout. Jack 6-5. Schmitz 2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw. You feel like he's going to have the advantage here. And he's cutting out quite a healthy looking bet of 1.1 million. And a quick fold from Kotowitz. So Schmitz fighting back. And as you can see, the stacks evening up. We did go into the heads up with 17.7 playing 11.7, now 16 facing 13.
Small blind.
1-5.
Where is 1-5? In place, the cards.
Yeah.
Только подпозиция. Последний ход.
Smith's coming back into it, opening up the king 5 and taking it down. Kotowicz looking down at queen 4 suited, opens it up on the button.
Sedmička bezpečná. Toliko kom.
It's a call from the queen deuce of clubs. So somewhat of a favourable situation, but not necessarily a huge equity advantage. Heading to the flop, which is queen, club, club. What a flop for Schmitz. Any of you sadistic fans in the chat are thinking of a card right now, it's probably the 4 of clubs, isn't it? Which could see some big action here, but Schmitz with his top is going to check raise for value.
150. 850.
Small sizing, certainly not going to be seeing Katowice going anywhere. Does find the call, so off to a turn. Likelihood is this pot will be chopped, although Schmitz does have the flush draw, of course. Jack on the turn, slender advantage for the Dutchman. Will he continue to press? With him making it so small on the flop, he does allow his opponent to call hands like King Jack, Ace Jack, 1 club. Hands like pocket 8s, Ace 7, King 7, 10-7. Jack 10, 1 club, all in there, so it's certainly reason to fire the turn.
750.
Goes for 1750 here, as Kotowicz looks on. Not too disheartened by the check raise double barrel, but not exactly thrilled at the same time. We'll be looking to see a river here, no reason to raise. Of course, folding completely out of the question with top pair heads up. But just looking to make sure that his timing isn't going to be irregular in future spots, keeping everything calm. We saw him having a bit of a laugh and a joke around earlier on in a couple of moments, but for the most part it's been a steely glaze and a very competitive aura from the Polishman. Wow. Folds the top pair, heads up, absolutely no respect shown to his opponent, and with that, Schmitz takes the chip lead here.
For best, that's Alicia.
Schmitz, 10-8 of diamonds, opens it up, and Kotowicz defends his option. Queen 5-3.
Tak, sedmička. 350.
Smits will continue, and Kotowitz going nowhere with the ace high, backdoor straight draw. Will have the best hand for the most part.
900.
Raise 9.
He's got other ideas. Tricky player to kind of foresee what he's up to. Finds a check raise with ace high. He's clearing out some equity and gets the job done. And with that, I think Kotowitz has gained a handle on the chip lead once again. This Jack 6 of hearts will certainly be being opened up here. Continuing the aggressive button play, as you can expect, where there's just so much incentive to open a bit wider. Flops a flush draw here versus the middle pair of Schmitz. Decent position for Kotowitz to be in with the betting lead and, of course, the initiative going to the turn. Snap calls from Schmitz, not going anywhere. Wow, what a card. The deuce of hearts, the flush for Kotowitz. And now 2 pair for Schmitz here.
1 million.
And if the Dutchman isn't too careful, he could be in a bit of trouble here. Leading for 1 million on the flush completer. Saying, I think you're going to be limping some offsuit hands. My defending range is a little bit more centered around suited than yours. So he feels he's got the advantage on this one, but he has also, of course, improved to 2 pair. But the general reason for leading is that we feel that we turn more of an advantage than our opponent, or that our range improves more than his. Whether or not that's what he's going for, it's tough to say, because he obviously has just got 2 pair, so you can't really guess the entire strategy based on one action, as Kotowitz isn't having any of it and does look to seek the value here. He believes his opponent has got a pretty strong hand here, so there's no reason to slow play if you know that your opponent is going to be highly likely to continue. Let's get the chips in whilst we get the opportunity. He's not exactly worried about a 4th heart rolling off. It's got nothing to do with that. It's more the fact that if a 4th heart did roll off, he might lose value versus exactly these types of hands. 4 deuce, 8 deuce, 9 deuce. How else would he range this lead? Schmitz doesn't exactly look thrilled, but maybe that's a Hollywood. I mean, he's got a really strong hand here. Wow, the 3 bet on the turn with the 2 pair. Could this be the undoing of the Dutchman? You can start to see the elevated heart rate of Kotowitz here. But he just jams. Doesn't think there's any room behind. Maybe giving its opponent something like King 9 with the King of Hearts, Ace 9 with the Ace of Hearts, Ace 8, Ace of Hearts, considering that these are the types of hands, and he doesn't feel like Schmitz has got the ability to get away from this. We can see that Schmitz's hand is one that could consider hero folding based on this action. We've seen a lead, a raise, a 3 bet, and now a 4 bet jam on the turn from Kotowitz. Laying down the hammer with that flush. And slightly out of character in terms of the timing as well. Having just commentated that we had seen him mulling over decisions, taking his time, but that jam came so quickly, and I guess it's because he thinks that his opponent is simply committed at this stage. Can Schmitz find a way out? He's got himself into a bit of a pickle here, having 3-bet the turn. He makes the call.
Nice hand.
Katowice with the flush, all in, and is only 1 card away from potentially taking down the main event here at the Banco Casino. It's the festival. It's the penultimate. There it is, the 5.
Congrats. Good job.
As the last card of the entire week is dealt in the main event, and it's Sebastian Kotowicz, the live local legend who's been around the block. He's had all sorts of deep runs across his career. Biggest score before this was 58K. This year, lots of heartbreak, lots of near misses, lots of deep runs, but finally he gets his hands around a big title here as he takes down the festival main event for 77,000 euros. What a performance from the Polishman. And a knowing smile as he shakes the hand of the foreman. They've seen each other so many times here, as he is literally, feels like he sometimes sleeps here. He's always in the mix and gets his just desserts, as he has worked so hard for this. Been around for the last 3 years prominently in the Slovakian live scene, and gets exactly what he was looking for. The festival main event is going to be crowned by Sebastian Kotowicz from Poland. What a fantastic performance on the final table. He didn't give up hope. He was down to 3 big blinds at one stage. He got the double up. That was through 4th place finisher Andre Berg, and he manages to fight back. And with a little bit of luck in that heads up, turning the flush versus the 2 pair of Schmitz, he is our champion. Well done, of course, to the Dutchman, Jaap Schmitz, going through the Coronas and having a great blast of it. But he's going to be taking home 53,100 euros. So it's a fantastic effort from him. And thanks very much for all of our final tablists. And of course, you at home for tuning in on Sunday, the last day here at the festival. Upcoming, we have a jam-packed schedule for 2025. 5 stops currently have been released. We're going to be having the online event in February, late February until early March. That's going to be over on the iPoker platform. 2 million euros guaranteed for that one. So get yourself over to the 26 different skins available. I'll reel off some of them now. They are, of course, across the top of the screen as well. But Fortuna, Nordic Bet, NetBet, CoolBet, BetSafe, Betfred, Bet365, William Hill, Royal Sports, Betfair, Grosvenor Casinos, just to name but a few. The dates for the next live event will be in Rozvadov, June 6th to the 15th, and then there's going to be another online summer event in July/August, and then it's going to be over to Malta once again for the Festival Malta, September the 15th to the 21st, and then back in one of our favorite stops, Bratislava, this time next year. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Good night.